A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope I can be heard, our online audience. Thank you. My name is Rita Birunji. I'm an associate partner in Legal Mark Advocates. I'm also a cluster member of the Insolvency cluster of the ULS. And I am proud to be one of the conveners for today. So our program for the day is quite big, quite packed, but quite exciting. However, I'd like to kick it off by inviting one of us in the room to kindly give us a word of prayer, and then we'll move on to the next.
Let's pray. Loving Jesus, we thank you for this beautiful morning. We thank you for all of us who have been able to come today and share knowledge and discuss, and also get to learn from all the panelists and everyone in our midst, Lord. Father, we thank you because you're the God who gives understanding, the God of wisdom, and Lord, we pray that you guide us throughout the day. And Father, may all our deliberations and everything that we do today be done according to your will. In Jesus' name I pray and believe. Amen.
Thank you, Lois. So like I said, we have quite a day packed with a lot of knowledge, a lot of wisdom, and some exciting information. Our theme for today's conference is strengthening Uganda's business resilience and leveraging on restructuring opportunities. So there's going to be a lot of talk on restructuring. There's going to be a talk on the insolvency situation in Uganda. The program lineup that we have has an economist, a distinguished economist, speaking to us about our economic outlook and presenting it with perspectives on insolvency so that we can see where we are going and what is likely to happen and what has happened. So it's really exciting. We're going to have presentations on bank insolvency. You know, what is happening, what are the opportunities, what are the strategies, what lessons are we learning from what is happening, as we've all been seeing in the news. We're going to have a presentation on ethical practice. Insolvency practice is quite challenging. It can also be tempting in some cases. So we're going to hear from a seasoned practitioner telling us about, you know, the ethical dilemmas, but also how to deal with the creativity or how to be creative in the challenges. We're going to hear from a panel that will be speaking on alternative interventions in distressed assets, both from a financial perspective, but also from a strategy perspective. And then other mechanisms of dealing with entities in distress, mergers, amalgamations, all within the context of insolvency. So it's going to be exciting. It's going to be forward-looking. We hope that we will all leave here having learned something new, at least a word that we'll be able to take home from today. We have warm wishes from our president. He's not been able to be with us today. He's had some conflicting engagements, but he's hoping that he'll be able to join us in the course of the day. Allow me to go straight into introducing our past presenter for the day, Dr. Ronette Atukunda. I hope I've pronounced it right. Not Rene. Dr. Ronette Atukunda, who is a senior lecturer and dean of the Faculty of Economics, Energy and Management Science at Makerere University Business School in Kampala, obviously. She holds a PhD in economics from the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. She has a Master of Arts degree in economic policy, planning, and a bachelor's degree in economics from Makerere University. Dr. Ronette is a member of the Training and Research Committee of the Board of Directors of Uganda Manufacturers Association, a board member of the Economic Forum of MUBS, a board member of the Operations Research Society of the Eastern Africa Uganda chapter. Dr. Renette is a postdoctoral research fellow from the Norwegian University of Life Sciences. Wow. She's a seasoned academic, a member of the curriculum development team of the COMESA Africa Leather and Leather Products Institute, Addis, in Ethiopia, where she's also a trainer. Dr. Renette, we are most privileged to hear from you today. You're much welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. What an honor it is to stand before the Uganda Law Society today. It's actually a bit daunting, so help me God. As introduced, my name is Renette, and I am from MUBS. Thank you for inviting me to come and discuss this interesting topic on insolvency that is not my cup of tea, but I have learned a lot. I spend a lot of my time in looking at the economy, so this time I was pushed into the insolvency space. I hope in the next few minutes we will get into this and have a good time. I make the presentation brief, hoping that for the rest of the time, maybe we shall have a question and answer and discuss more, because trying to shrink the entire ESC and Uganda and then insolvency, I decided I'll just tackle a few issues, and then for the rest we will discuss as we go along. Okay, so I began with the ESC. As we know, we have grown to 8 states. We began as 4, and then Rwanda and Burundi joined. And then of late we have the DRC has joined, then Somalia has joined. We don't know how far this is going to go, but with the joining of new states, if I keep trying to tie it or bring it closer to insolvency, with each joining of new states come new issues we have to deal with. If you follow the ESC, the intentions for forming the ESC were good. Create a bigger market, benefit from economies of scale and economies of scope, form the market by eliminating internal barriers, hopefully eliminate non-tariff barriers, have free movement of labor across states. On paper, there is also have free people to live freely wherever they want, but we all know how that is going. We all know what is happening. We all know what is happening. For example, when you have Tanzania suddenly saying, once contracts end, please leave our country, or you can't easily get into there and get a job, or when you have borders between Rwanda and Uganda suddenly closing, and you don't know for how long they remain closed. We all know what that does for business, and therefore what it can do for insolvency. That is especially if you are doing business across the border, and suddenly you're told to wrap up and leave. We all know what that can do for insolvency of a business. So whereas the idea is good, now we're bringing in countries that speak different languages. So the challenges only get bigger, because if at a small level we're still struggling to get to where we're supposed to get, imagine what happens when we're big. If I just pull something closer, for example, what's happened in Kenya? Maybe we'll discuss it also a bit later. So when you have youth burning Uganda House, and they're saying it is because of the closeness between presidents, then what does this imply for the community? And what does this imply for doing business? Because tomorrow, it creates some level of uncertainty. You step back and watch and decide, do I really want to go across that border? Because today it was Uganda House. What if tomorrow it is businesses? The same thing that happened in South Africa. So what if tomorrow they target businesses? What's going to happen? So it creates uncertainty, but now the market is growing bigger. So like I said, it is a good thing. In principle, have a big market and cope and enjoy the benefits of having one large market. But that is if you can manage the intricacies of managing a big market. So like we are seeing there, it has a large population, meaning a large market for businesses. It also has a huge GDP. So on paper, in principle, the idea is extremely good. If we can handle the internal intricacies that come with such a market to get to the promised land of seamless movement, seamless flow of goods and services, seamless moving of people. For those of you who have been overseas, if you're crossing between a country like, let's say, Norway and its neighbors, you might actually not know where the border is if you're not told. You just cross. But try crossing between Uganda and Kenya. You all know. Those who have had the fortune or the misfortune of using a bus, you know what happens. You will lose time across that border. You will not miss it. I'll leave it at that. So when we formed the ESC, I have a feeling that's our dream. But then there are levels of mistrust that are failing us many years later to achieve that dream of a seamless flow of goods and services, of people, and all that affects business. And at the end of the day, it will affect insolvency or solvency of businesses. So I tried to pull just one or two, one or two macro variables from the ESC, and one is GDP. So as we can see, that is a 10-year outlook of GDP for the ESC. I had wanted to pull a 5-year outlook, but 2020 was causing a bit of trouble. So when we see the countries have basically recovered, recovered, yes, from the pre-COVID to the pre-COVID levels of growth, and which is a good thing. I don't have to mention each individual country, maybe to keep highlighting Uganda, which is the light blue line, and we can see it has pretty recovered to the pre-COVID levels of growth, which is good. It creates stability, people can invest, you can attract FDI, because now they can see our levels of growth are recovering. And they try to pull some implications. Some implications of having a growth in GDP. They can be both-sided. And we can say, at the moment, the level at which we are growing is a manageable level. However, GDP, if moving at a very fast rate, you can have what we call an economy overheating. Because I was trying to bring implications for business. It's not always good that an economy is growing. If suddenly you begin to shoot to 10, 11, 12% levels of growth, if not planned and managed well, it can have a negative impact on solvency or on business and business growth. Although this is rare that an economy suddenly overheats, but I do remember at some point there was a bit of a worry on the Chinese economy when they hit 10%. There was a worry that they were going to start overheating. So I thought I should just mention that you will have increased consumer spending, demand will go high, prices go high, inflation goes high, and then, you have you have a negative turn for your businesses. Then, but then you can create jobs, people can pay off debts. So those are the positive effects when GDP is growing and we need it to grow. However, like I've said, there can be negative effects. So when an economy is growing, you need to watch it to ensure that it is going to support growth, and you will not have the negative effects of when it starts to turn. Like when you have increased debt, because the economy is growing, usually that leads to availability of credit. The banks do have the money. They are fighting to get borrowers. They might lose, or they might give incentives to encourage you to borrow, holidays before you begin to pay off. And therefore, you will find some businesses being tricked into overextending themselves, into expanding too fast. And therefore, you have the negative effects of expansion. These economies of scale will set in. So you will find that maybe they did not plan their finances well, and therefore, they might find themselves failing to pay off, and therefore, they can become insolvent. Or, if you over-expand, because the economy is doing well, and then something suddenly happens, and that growth begins to taper, then you find that you are oversized, but demand is beginning to cool off. And therefore, that can affect the business. And then we have the asset bubbles. When economies are growing fast, we all remember what happened in 2008 when the housing market, the bubble in the housing market in the US burst. I think we all remember what happened to us. So when an economy is growing fast, you will find that the price of assets can move faster or get detached from its real value. And that is because of speculation. Marketers, for lack of a better word, the English people will help me, have kalimi. They will make you buy something. They will package it, and if you're not firm, you will find yourself moving along with them. So they kept selling these derivatives and repackaging things, and it all looked nice. It had not happened that the market had crashed on that. So they didn't anticipate it. But you get to a level where the value of that asset can suddenly fall back to its intrinsic value, and that is when you say that the bubble has burst. So if you have that somebody had bought the asset, a business had bought the asset, and usually you have real estate, you have financial markets. So if at all you had bought the asset at the high value, or even when it was just going up, and it suddenly bursts and returns to its intrinsic value, you have colossal losses. Those losses are to individuals, they are to businesses, they are to banks that was extending the credit. And therefore, we know how that will finally move when we come to solvency or insolvency of a business. So those are some of the rare but negative implications of an economy overheating, or when you have a lot of speculation and prices of assets are suddenly moving high. That can happen, and it will negatively affect a business. I also looked at inflation. That is the consumer prices, because we are looking at business growth, business stability, and therefore prices are key. I must say that in this figure I left out South Sudan. Oh, and also, even in the previous slides, I've been dealing with the 6 countries of the ESC that were members before 2020. DRC and Somalia are extremely new, so I'm dealing just with the 6 members. So I left out South Sudan because its figures were skewing this. For example, in 2016, Sudan's inflation rate was 380%. In 2017, it was 187.9%. So it was pushing so high and everything else was disappearing. So I eliminated it. That's why you're not seeing South Sudan here. But as we can see, the consumer prices are generally rising. And that inflation generally it's good if it keeps rising but at a slow and manageable rate. Those increases in prices encourage suppliers. They keep a market growing. So it goes up but at a rate which is managed and should be single digit and preferably low single digit. When you have zero inflation, when prices are remaining constant, even for you as a business, it's discouraging. So you need to oil the economy. It's like what we say, there has to be a level of unemployment in an economy. As economists or as practitioners, I'm sure you know that it can't be zero. When the level of unemployment gets to zero, then labor will become very expensive. Because for you to get another laborer, you're going to have to snatch them from somewhere to bring them to your place. And therefore, you're going to have to pay higher than they were being paid before. That is dangerous for an economy. Just like in the Bible, Jesus said, the poor will always be among you. If for anything, to give government what to do. Anyway, I digress. So these indicators cannot be zero. So inflation should not be zero. Inflation should not be galloping, but it grows at a manageable rate. And countries, they tend to want to keep it 5 and below, but growing slowly so that you can manage it. So as we can see, the prices are going high. Sorry, inflation is going high. So what are some of the implications of that? Because we're talking about Uganda and the ESC and business stability and insolvency, my assumption is we are looking at maybe doing business across borders. We are looking at a landlocked country having to import through another country. And therefore, what is going to be the implication, for example, of inflation in Kenya on Uganda, businesses in Uganda, or something of the sort? Or if at all you are buying something from South Sudan and inflation is at 380 something %, how will that impact you? Or if you have a subsidiary company in South Sudan and inflation is that high, what happens? Or the uncertainty of galloping inflation in one country, what does that do to the region in general? I hope we're together. So those are some of the implications. I mean, the reasons why I thought we should put inflation here. It creates, they're just inconsistent economic conditions. You are consistently having to change how you run business in one country because the prices keep shooting and dropping and shooting and shooting and shooting and dropping, while in the other side, they are balanced. And also inflation has been defined as cutting up the value of money in half without destroying the paper. So you're holding a 10K note, but it's only buying you things worth 5K. So you're literally slicing it. So you're having one business in one country losing value because the prices keep changing, while the other is constant. So it just creates inconsistent conditions and disparities. So doing business across borders can be a bit difficult. And therefore, you might have to be saving one company or using one company to buffer the other. And then you will have changing monetary policies, changing lending rates. So maybe basically I'll just sum it up at that. Doing business for you who is running it across borders becomes hard. Or importing through one country or goods from another country will affect you, as your prices will also begin to go higher. So when the inflation figures we have looked at, imagine what would happen if, like I said, South Sudan is at 380%. What happens for you? And it also is affecting the value of money. I don't know if you recall a time when the exchange rate of a Sudanese pound to Uganda shillings was 600. Right now it is down to, I forget, but I think it's single digit. It suddenly dropped. Well, it wasn't because of business factors. It was because I think a number of Ugandans were getting killed. So suddenly nobody wanted to go to Sudan. Suddenly businesses closed. Suddenly people left. Nobody wanted the pound anymore. And then it nosedived. And therefore, imagine what that does to your business. If you were running in South Sudan, many people lost businesses. There was a terrible outcry. So that is another issue of unrest. I actually thought I would bring in the issue of civil unrest here. Because it leads to definitely inflation in the country where it is happening. But that inflation, since we are talking about the ESC, it can spread across the borders. But it also has implications on certainty in the region. You are attracting FDI into your country because somebody wants to come and invest in Uganda but knows the goods must pass through Kenya. Kenya is going to go off like a bomb anytime. I'm not saying they do, but in case that's what's happening. So it has implications for you doing business. And I also added on the international scene. Although we are talking about the ESC and we are talking about Uganda, geopolitics, this changing geopolitics are going to affect how we do business here because it continues to disrupt supply chains. So you're finding you cannot get some commodities through because they were coming from the Russia-Ukraine side or whatever country it is, maybe the Israel side, the canal is now disrupted. So although we are talking about the ESC only, we must be mindful that the changing, the instability in the geopolitics of the world scene will continue to affect how we do business here, will continue to affect solvency and insolvency. As we see what happened when the pandemic came and supply chains were cut. Some businesses went under just because of that, and some didn't recover. So I thought I should just also slot that in. So that is basically inflation and how it can affect doing business. The other indicator I thought I should bring in here is the ease of doing business, since we're talking about businesses. So those are indicators also across the ESC, and 0 is the lowest performing and 100 is the highest. So we can see, and I must confess, I scoured the internet and those were the most recent figures I could get on ease of doing business. I do apologize, they're quite old, but I tried development indicators, I tried trade.org. Those were the latest they had. So I said, let's just use them as an indication of ease of doing business indicators. And we could see that at least up until 2019, it was becoming easier to do businesses in the ESC. Ease of doing business is basically an average of a number of scores, like how quick can you resolve conflict? How quick can you get electricity when you're beginning a business? How easy is it to start a business, the registration process, the paperwork, all that? How easy is it to register property? How easy is it to get credit? How easy is it to pay taxes? How easy is it to resolve insolvency? All those are put together and one average is got, which is the ease of doing business. It just shows you a snapshot of the country where you want to do business. And we can see that On the ease of doing business indicator, where is Uganda? Here. It was going up. The worst performers being South Sudan. Well, we can't really blame them because of the war. But then we have also Burundi down here. And we also have Tanzania. But when we also come to ease of doing business, we go back to what we said about the formation of the ESC, where on paper the idea is good. But then you have the coalition of the willing, where you have Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda keeping on moving, and you have Tanzania moving at a different pace. So you're in this ESC, you want to ease the doing of business, to encourage business growth, to reduce the occurrence of insolvency, but you're moving at different rates. And it is deliberate. It's not because you have a war, it's not because you're tiny like Burundi, you're landlocked, and you basically don't have much. It's deliberate, where it's deliberate government policy not to move. And that will affect us acting as the ESC together. That will definitely affect business growth. That can also cause, like I've said, labor to explain before, insolvency. If at all you are in a country and they suddenly come up with a policy that shuts you down with a snap of a finger. Tanzania really did that at some point. And now one of the measures, like I've said, in the ease of doing business metric is resolving insolvency. So I pulled that out because of the topic today. And we can see that for all the ESC countries, it was becoming easier to resolve insolvency, which I think is a good thing. I thought I should just bring that out for us to see. So that's about the ESC. And then, can you help me expand that? Sorry, that was a picture. I decided to now, let's narrow down to Uganda. So the ease of doing business, those are the different indices that form that average in ease of doing business, which can, at the end of the day, affect you and can cause you to become insolvent. And what was my interest in this metric? It was resolving insolvency. It was the worst performing. In the ease of doing metric for Uganda, as we can see, resolving insolvency at that point was performing the poorest. Meaning we had done well in paying taxes, automated everything. We were doing well in beginning a business. The number of days are reducing. The paperwork is becoming smaller. But there was still work to do on resolving insolvency. I would love to see what their current metric would be, but that is how we're performing, which is not good. Because like we said, 0 is worst performing, 100 is best performing. We're not even at 50% on resolving insolvency. And small things like getting electricity. Imagine what that would do for your business. You know what happens with the sudden cutting off of power. Businesses are suffering. Or they supply you with less power than you need. All that does affect how your business can run. Because without warning, you will have this month of extremely low power. There was a time about 2 months ago, at our place, the power could not even power a fridge in the evening. It was that low. So in the evening, if you turned on 3-4 bulbs, they would dim so much that at some point you had to use alternative means. And imagine that is at home. So now imagine what that did to businesses in the place where I stay. If it could not power my house, what did it do to businesses? And if you have a whole month of power being that low, you do have the power, but the voltage is low. What will that do for your business? So that can definitely run you down. Okay, in the interest of time, I'll move on. So then I come to, we've looked at the ESC and Uganda. Then I came to insolvency. I chose the simplest definition I could get. Like I confessed before, it's not my cup of tea. Your inability to pay your creditors. I think I have gone back to Insolvency 101 or Insolvency for Dummies. I think I've chosen the simplest definition. So you have a business that is failing to perform to expectations. They acquired a credit facility. They had projected, they had looked at the economy, they had expectations. And for one reason or another, their expectations have not been met. Maybe the economy took a dip. And because of that, they are failing to meet their credit obligations. And what can cause that? These are just got from literature generally. So I began with the general that I thought. I know I'm speaking to gurus on insolvency. So those are what I could find from literature. I hope we have found them in the general running of our business. I am not far off point. So you have, some of them are endogenous to a business. They're just caused by a business. When you have poor financial management, don't blame the economy. You cannot say to Saba government to Yambe when you're the one who is being a poor finance manager. When you have competition can happen when there's market saturation. You thought you had a good business idea. You thought you had read the economy right, but then you have market saturation and you outcompeted. Or when you have, you fail to adapt to changing times. You fail to adapt to a changing market environment. I look across the room and I know we all know what happened to Nokia. Once leading in the sale of phones, and before you know it, because they did not adapt, we know what happened to Nokia. So that can happen to any business. You become insolvent because you fail to realize people are now selling online, and you stick to waiting for them to come. And before you know it, you have your lovely business in one day, you're waiting for campuses to come, and everybody's buying online. And before you know it, there you go. So you just fail to adapt to changing conditions. Over expansion, we spoke about that because there is money, because you saw market. Because you have seen an opportunity does not mean take it. You have to be wise. When do you take it? Strategy, poor management. You have to be strategic. Because it is there does not mean it is yours. You know, you be wise. How do you grow? When do you grow? How fast can you grow? All that can happen. And poor management decisions can also come because of that. Liquidity crisis, which could be either in the economy, there is a liquidity squeeze, or just because of the way you planned. It can happen to you. Natural disasters. A pandemic is a classical one here. It's just, you do everything right, and then COVID happens. You know, you could never have seen that. Ever have seen that. So that can happen. Supply chain disruptions that continue to date. Some because of, like I've mentioned, because of the geopolitics. Others, they just happen. Something happens along the way. And all this can cause insolvency. But then I decided also to look at specific ones for Uganda. I want to believe many of us have seen an article by Nkunda Banyanga and a number of lawyers. So we come to Uganda. They did research and said that for Uganda, those are the causes of insolvency. Specifically for Uganda. And it is said that they interviewed you, practitioners in insolvency, and other business owners, banks, and they in their conclusion, that is what they found that is causing insolvency. Generally, they had those 4 points, and then they broke them down a little more to the 10. And the 4 were management incompetence, poor decision, delayed detection of early indicators of enterprise collapse, taking initiatives that are too big, biting what you cannot chew. And then these were the 10 where they is broken down from the 4. But in a summary of that was generally their conclusion was it was poor management. And I want us to keep that in mind. For Uganda, the major cause for insolvency was poor management, was cited as the major cause of corporate insolvency. So when you look at the 4 factors, the major 4 factors, when they weighed the means, you can see all of those generally lean back to management. When you don't delay indicators, it's management who decides that you move. When you don't take initiative, when you take initiatives that are too big, still management takes a decision. However, when you look at the 10 have factors that are a little outside management. For example, when you have rising costs, those could be they could be management issues when you're hiring expensive factors of production. You're getting expensive labor. You're putting your business in a very expensive hotel to keep up appearances. You're paying your top management too much. You know, some of us have seen a case of somebody who was evicted for failing to pay rent. I'm sure you know this. And the person was driving away in a Range Rover. I looked at that picture and I decided I will not judge. But there was something wrong with that picture. There was something fundamentally wrong with that picture. Because you cannot tell me you're failing to parent, but you're driving such a mighty vehicle. In economics, we talk about a list of preferences, with necessities being at the top and luxuries being at the bottom. In that picture, it looked like something had been inverted. I will leave that at that. But, and then the other rising costs may be coming, they might be external to the business. The CBR is rising, then the banks increase their lending rates. Now, banks are notorious for following the CBR upwards, but never downwards. So every time the CBR goes up, they leap. The CBR goes up from 9.5 to 10.5, they leap by about 3%. CBR goes down, they keep quiet. Rising costs can come from there. If you had borrowed at a variable interest rate, you're cooked, if that happens. Then the others, we can run through for saving of time, but those were what they said were the major causes of insolvency in Uganda. So to proceed, I decided to, we picked that from URSB just to paint a picture of movement in the insolvency space in Uganda. It does not indicate, disclaimer, all the reported cases, some do not come to URSB. So we could only access data that was reported with URSB. And just an indication of what's happening in that space. 2, this data also will not indicate who finally went on to actually begin insolvency procedures. Unfortunately, we also do not have that. But at least it should show us a bit of the state. So we can see, for example, now this is your language. You're more comfortable than I there. You can see that, You can see there's a rise. Resolutions received were once 97, they are 172. We can see the declarations of solvency from 72 to 154. We can see the practitioners are increasing from 16 to 118. So if there wasn't business in that space, you can't have had the increase from 16 to 118. Liquidated companies are also growing. At some point there were 10, there are 53. And like I have said, these are what is reported to URSB, meaning that movement in the insolvency space is increasing and most likely is going to keep increasing. If conditions don't change in the economy, or if the major cause for insolvency in Uganda, which was poor management, does not change. Are we together? Because even if we came to look at the economy, you can see what researchers have said. The economy is doing its thing, but the major cause was not the economy. It was the people. Okay, so now let's look at the macroeconomy. Let's bring it home, and insolvency. And I decided to look at some indicators that you would look at on the macroeconomy that would affect insolvency. GDP, allow me to skip that. We've talked about it when we're looking at East Africa. It can have a positive effect, it can have a negative effect. Interest rates, those could be the bank lending rate or what the central bank does to affect the lending rate. That can cause, of late we've been having a liquidity squeeze where government was increasing the monetary policy. CBR was going up. So that liquidity squeeze reduces it can have a potential of reducing how much credit is available to the private sector. And also, then we have something like government borrowing, internal and external. For example, right now, the debt to GDP ratio is at 46.9%, which means as soon as you read the budget, a chunk of it is gone. So that tremendously reduces how much they have for other things in the economy. And that also, unfortunately, is likely to increase. So you find that they might increase things like public borrowing from the private sector. When they keep borrowing, internal borrowing, they can crowd out businesses. So you find that availability of credit, which is there on its own, is low because banks are deciding to lend more to government than to lend to you and I. We know what that can do for businesses. Or if the price of credit goes up, because little is left, so you have to fight for it. So all that can affect the economy. We have domestic areas. Government has an increasing bill of domestic areas. So if it cannot pay the suppliers, and the suppliers cannot pay their suppliers, and the list goes on, then you will have the suppliers and their suppliers cannot pay their taxes. And therefore the money government is getting will reduce, and then government will come and borrow more. It becomes a vicious cycle. And if it cannot pay suppliers, I know people who have gone out of business because they supplied portion to a government entity and it's not paid. Insolvency, period. So all those factors can affect whether a country will be solvent or insolvent. Okay. So I conclude. And I got some indicators, but because of time, they're just macroeconomic indicators to show where the economy stands, inflation, balance of payment, and all that. Our time is fast spent. So my last slide is that let God be true, but everybody else must bring data. What does the data say? It has said in Uganda, the major cause of insolvency is incompetence. So whereas we came here to see what the outlook for Uganda is and the East Africa is, and therefore how it affects insolvency, ladies and gentlemen, the data has said the biggest problem is with us. And therefore, that's why I put enter the lawyers. Many of you here who are in insolvency practice are like pathologists. You have post-mortem reports, many. You have dealt with companies. You know, companies are like people in some sense. They are born, they live, they can die or not. If the only difference now is if they die, you guys can come in. You can stop them dying. You can help them resurrect. So that is where you come in here. So if they have said that the biggest problem is the people who are running the businesses, ladies and gentlemen, before me, you have the pathology reports. You know why they are failing. You know why some of them are on the ward, they are sick. and you're there to prevent them from reaching the mortuary. You know, that is when you come in either to stop them from reaching the mortuary, or why don't we stop them from getting onto the wards? So my appeal to you is, get out there. On top of what you do, why not add business advisory? Because you know why they are failing. They have come to you, they have told you we did this. That is why when I was putting up courses of insolvency, I was a bit jittery, because you know what's on ground. I know what's in the literature. But you have dealt with them and they have told you the wrongs they did. So that is where you come in. We need more and more of you getting outside there. Of course, at a cost. To them, not to you. To advise them, to speak up. Uganda Law Society, we get outside there and do the job. A pathology report is most needed by the doctors to save the living. Now we have those reports with us. Can we get outside there? Can we do a lot more advisory? Can we add that to the jobs that we do? Can we add that to our income stream? Speak to companies to prevent them from getting onto the wards. Speak to them and advise them. Have talks. So that is why I make use of the ICU and postmortem reports. Those that you saved, what happened? Those that had died and had to break up, what did you do? So to me, that is where we need to come in. Yes, the economy in the East Africa is having its issues. Yes, the Ugandan economy is also having its issues. But if the biggest problems are within the people, then let's move our eyes from the economy and first sort the issue that's with the people. Because even in its failing state, the economies are not the ones that are failing, the people. I thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Renee. Could you give us a minute? We have just a minute for a question or two. If lawyers tend to understand everything, so if they don't ask, they've understood. But if there's any question, we'll be happy to give Dr. Renee a minute to answer it, and then we can move on. Online. Any question from the room? They have understood. But I have a question. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I came in late, so if I ask a question that you already answered, please pardon me. My name is Ian Mutiwa, Signum Advocates, and a licensed insolvency practitioner. When you talked about the factors that lead to collapse of businesses, there is the 4 you gave and the 10 more detailed one, both internal and external. There's one that intrigued me on poor labor relations. I don't know if you can expound more on that, particularly in light of our current census, which puts the majority of our population below 35, and a workforce between probably 25 and 35. How does that play in a grand scheme of things, seeing that the business leaders are above 40, above 45, and they have a different mindset as compared to the ones coming to the market force? So don't you think that maybe businesses will collapse more because of that divergence of mindsets? I just wanted clarity on that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Ronnet. Mine is very simple, and I want to illustrate using the last part you mentioned, where rather than use post-mortem reports, we should look into business advisory. So I'm curious, when you look at a human being, most of us always concede that we are sick when things are badly off. I'm looking at how are there reports or studies that have been made where businesses concede for business to get advised or or reach out before things get worse. Yeah. So I'm curious, would like still, as human beings, where someone is like, you know what, you're coughing, things are bad, don't wait to collapse, then you can get treatment. Yes, so I'm just inquisitive, or where at what points or companies have tended to, or entities have tended to reach out for advisory, or whether it's something that can be done from a point B, rather by companies or practitioners proactively. So I'm curious about that. Yeah.
Okay, I think we deal with those two. Okay, thank you. Ian, I think poor labor relations, what I want to believe is some of the companies that ended up collapsing ended up losing probably their best, simply because, like you have said, either they couldn't be handled, or the relationship between, it's called distance, power distance. Power distance between the top and the bottom was not handled well. So you can end up losing your brains, or you can run a business and your workers will run you dry because you don't know how to relate with them, you don't know how to work with them, you don't know how to read them. And therefore, before you know it, they will run you dry. I'll give an example. It's really at a micro level, but somebody began a supermarket and it was doing really well. And before they knew it, either because they were not there, they were a little hard on the gentleman who was running the supermarket, and yet he was the one who was there 100% of the time. The gentleman who was running the supermarket was also working at a bank. Sorry, who owned the supermarket also worked at a bank. Before he knew it, a supermarket opened right across him. It was small, like a tiny shop. So he noted it and just ignored it. A shop is opening across me. What he did not know was that shop was owned by this guy who is running his business. And before he knew it, his supermarket was closing and that guy's shop was growing. Poor labor relations. Because if that person, well, some people are inherently bad. That's a given. But then there's some workers, if you treat them well, whereas they have the opportunity to rob you, because of the way you're dealing with them, they might get the fear of God. But then if you also treat them like, I won't even say a dog, because some of our dogs are like last bones. You know, if you treat them not like human beings, they have the capability of collapsing you properly. And by the time your eyes open, you will know how bad a human being can be. So I mean, this goes back to our homes. You have known of workers who have killed children just because of the way somebody treats them. You know, you make them eat different food, you make them sleep in a different place, and you forget that that person cooks your food. So in extreme conditions, actually not extreme, they have had terrible effects on businesses. They have robbed them dry. So you find a company struggling with insolvency, it might survive, but it will have to do a lot of restructuring because by the time they realize this person is gone. So it's poor labor relations, either because someone is just bad and sharp or just the way you treat them. And then quickly the second one, and then the divide between us and the Gen Zs, yes, it exists. We do business differently. We have been trained in work ethic differently. These little fellows are used to just working on the phone. Everything is easy. So we really have to learn and unlearn how we do business and learn how we work with them. They want to work from home. You want to see the guy in office every day, but you have to ask yourself, what do you lose if they're at home? Are they doing what they're meant to do? You might lose a very good brain because you're insisting on seeing them at a desk. And yet the work they do is on an iPad. He can work anywhere, you know? So if you can't create work conditions like Google, where you have a washing machine, you have a gym, you have a sports area, you have a baby area, then maybe you let this person work from home if they are your cash cow until they can train somebody. But some of us insist, come, be in at 8, leave at 5, but they're working on an iPad. So yeah, and then 2, studies where you can find businesses. Very true. We normally report this when we're in distress. However, the doctor has told you where to find them, right? The hospital has opened and said, I do this, I do this, I do this. The hospital does not open when you're sick. It is there. A counselor will advertise themselves. I am here, I am in this place. So you know at the back of your mind, when push comes to shove, I know there's a counselor on this building. So maybe it comes back to you. As you put up the services that you do, can we add business advisory? And break it down in English, not legal terms. We talk to businesses, we do ABCD. Sell it like you sell any other business. So when you say we handle, what are the lawyer services? We handle criminal, we do criminal law, we do this. So mention that also. We do business advisory, we can help you, we can. So sell it as one of your services. Peradventure, when a business is going down, they will remember. They come to you for registration. They come to you for all this, so tell them. I remember when I was getting married, one of the gifts I got was a book that said how to save your marriage, how to fight for your marriage. Those of you who have gotten married, you know when you get married, you keep asking yourself, what can possibly go wrong? But somebody gave me a book, how to fight. Because they knew the time to learn how to fight is when everything is going well. So even you, the time to tell a business that you can do this is when everything is going well. One day they will remember. So put it outside there. Like I've said, a hospital does not open because you're falling sick. It's there. And they tell you, when you fall sick, please come to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Another round of applause for Dr. Ronette. So our next panel presentation or conversation is one that is close to all of us. We've seen these things happening over the recent past. A conversation on bank insolvency. I believe we also won last month. We have some really distinguished, seasoned, highly respected individuals from Uganda who are going to have this conversation with us. I would like to call Mr. Timothy Lugaizi, who's going to moderate this panel. Timothy is a senior associate with Max Advocates. He holds an LLB from Makerere and a postgraduate diploma in legal practice. He handles the firm's litigation and is mainly involved in commercial litigation. He's a Christian, says a lot from his name. He loves public speaking, he loves sports. If you watch soccer, you've seen him in the Budo League. That also says where he comes from. Yes. He's been fortunate to participate in a lot of groundbreaking litigation and is also, quickly growing. He's not a Gen Z. He's leaving that Gen Z group, right? Yes, but Timothy is a member of the ABBA, is an advocate, obviously. He's a member of Uganda Law Society, East African Law Society, and in Max, he has been there since 2013. His profile is quite big. Allow me to stop here, but members may Google and learn more about you. So Timothy, I would like to invite you to invite your panel and pick up, tell us what the topic is and what you're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rita. Good morning, everyone. My name is Timothy Lugaizi, as I've been introduced. I'm very privileged to speak to you today. Moderating a panel of very, very important people in this country. So I'm going to humble myself and let them take the floor. I'll introduce them one by one. You definitely have heard of these names before in the market. I'll start with Mr. Wilbrod Orr. Mr. Wilbrod Owor is the Chief Executive Officer of Uganda Bankers Association, and he will be part of our panel today, discussing very important matters that touch the financial institution industry. I'll follow that introduction with another very distinguished lady. She goes by the name Jacinta Anyinge. I hope I've pronounced the name correctly. You will help me when you get here. You will help me and correct my pronunciation. I apologize for that. Jacinta is a very, very distinguished person in the industry. She works with the Deposit Protection Fund. She's the assistant manager in their legal department. She will tell us a bit more about herself in a few minutes. Last but not least, this panel, as I said, is very rich, both in knowledge and stature. A gentleman who also needs no introduction. He's a director in PwC, Mr. Patrick Matu. I'm sure for you I've got it right. Yeah, we're off to a good start. Mr. Patrick Matu, director in PwC, he has wide experience in obviously audit, but mainly in auditing financial institutions, and he'll let us know what he has found as he works. I'm going to give our panelists, an opportunity to introduce themselves just one by one. You have a microphone there. Okay, so you will just pass it down the line. I'll start with you, Jacinta. Please let us know, firstly, how to pronounce your surname. And then you can tell us what your line of work is, so that so other people know who they are listening to.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Timothy, for the introduction. Maybe just like he has requested, let me streamline the pronunciation of the surname. My name is Anyinge Jacinta. So the Baganda have that other letter. Anyinge. Yes, so it is Anyinge, spelled as A-N-Y-I-N-G-E. Now that G is silent. So my name is Jacinta Anyinge, and I'm currently an assistant legal manager with the Deposit Protection Fund. Previously with the Central Bank of Uganda. I've been in-house counsel for over 13 years, so in the financial sector space. This morning we will be discussing something which I'm passionate about in the financial sector, insolvency area. And I think briefly that is it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jacinta. My name's Wilbrod Owor. I am currently Executive Director, Uganda Bankers Association. I've been in the banking space since 2002. I've previously also been Managing Director and CEO for United Bank for Africa. But I've also worked with FMCG companies, fast-moving consumer goods, Colgate-Palmolive, for those who know, Kiwi Shoe Polish, I'm sure you guys polish your shoes. I've also worked for an NGO, USAID NGO, on small businesses. So really that's me, and I'm looking forward to a wonderful conversation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Patrick Matu. I'm a director with PwC, but just to correct our moderator, I'm not actually an auditor. I've spent actually all my time at PwC in business restructuring services, and this is really, and so the topic of the day is close to my heart. I spent 17 years or so in business restructuring and forensics. I've worked with PwC in Kenya, Mauritius, and now in Uganda. But I've also worked in the banking industry with Standard Chartered Bank. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for that correction. I apologize for getting that wrong. Today, we are going to speak about something, as you said, close to your heart. I'm sure close to everyone's heart here. I know, Jacinta, you worked with the Bank of Uganda, the central bank, before. So you've seen the things that we're going to discuss today. The topic of discussion is banking insolvency. The focus is going to be on financial institutions and how they can maneuver through the turmoil that comes with insolvency and the threat of it. Firstly, of course, we'll speak about how to avoid it, and then what to do if or when you get there. I'll start with you, Jacinta, and I'll request that the mic is passed down to you. I believe the best place to start us off is just to let us know, in your own words, what does financial institution, what does it mean for it to be declared insolvent or at risk of insolvency? If you can guide us in that direction.
Thank you very much. We must recognize that we currently have a new law, that is CAP 57, the Financial Institutions Act. That is the act that regulates financial institutions and their insolvency. So what is a financial institution from the very beginning? It is an institution that is licensed to carry on business or conduct financial institution business in Uganda. Specifically in Uganda, currently we have the commercial banks, we have 25 of them. We have credit institutions, I think there are about 4 of them. Islamic financial institution, we have 1. So that Islamic financial institution has basically told the central bank that their operations are conducted in accordance with the Sharia law. So what is it that we mean when we say that a financial institution has been declared insolvent or is about to be declared insolvent? What we look out for is that institution has failed to meet its minimum capital requirements or it's undercapitalized. That is usually the key the gist of the whole issue. It has failed to meet its minimum capital requirements. So the central bank has put in place regulations where they're supposed to meet capital, maintain capital ratios to cushion against losses. So depending on how big the institution is, there are requirements that institution is supposed to meet. And I'm sure my director here, Wilbro Dowor, by the way, he's in our board of the Deposit Protection Fund, so he's my boss. He can elucidate more on what they do in that area. So there are minimum requirements that they're supposed to meet. So if that institution does not meet these capital ratios, then there is a problem. And when you look at all the press releases that the central bank has issued, they always give a reason why that institution has been closed. And the main issue is always undercapitalized. So if they don't meet that, then it means they're not able to even pay their depositors as and when they come to ask for money. That is liquidity issues. So when you go to your banker and then you want to withdraw money, and then they tell you, no, you first have to wait for people to deposit money before you withdraw. Then there's already a sign. What is happening? How come they do not have money to meet your demands as and when they fall due? Another characteristic we would see in that institution is high levels of non-performing loans. So what happens there? We have a bad culture currently. Most of the Ugandans, they take loans and they're not willing to meet their obligations. And this is basically affecting the institution, and it affects the capital requirements of that institution. The other key issue, there are basically 2: capital requirements and poor corporate governance. So we are seated in this room as lawyers, and I'm sure and practitioners in the financial space. When your institution goes down, there are usually 2 issues: minimum capital and the governance structure. So we need the right people to sit in those boardrooms. We need the right people to sit in the management of those financial institutions. When the management is bad, when there is a problem with the composition of the management of that financial institution, believe you me, it is just a matter of time, it will be declared insolvent. So from my experience, and I'm speaking as Jacinta, not as the central bank or Deposit Protection Fund, and basing on the press releases that have come out as a result of bank closures, those are the major issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jacinta. We appreciate that. One of the things that I learned early in my practice was the term undercapitalized. Many times you come across it, obviously, as a common person who I might have been at a certain point in time before I became a bit more educated in the financial institution terminologies. They would not understand what that means, but I like the example you used, because that's actually what it means. That an individual will deposit his money in the bank, and you just go to an ATM, withdraw. But one day you go there and they say, give us a few weeks, We need some more money in our coffers. We are not able to give you back your 100K that you deposited last week. So that's what it means to be undercapitalized, and that's a risk that that we have seen happen in our market. So I'm going to go to Patrick, if that mic can be passed down to you. If you can help us understand banking insolvency a bit better, and maybe the way we would explain it to the people watching us and listening is maybe help us draw a distinction between banking insolvency and ordinary insolvency for individuals and companies. How do they differ?
Thank you, Timothy. So, going back to the first presentation, where the professor said Insolvency 101, at the end of the day, if liabilities exceed assets, then you have an insolvent company, whether it's a bank or a manufacturing company. At the heart of it, that's insolvency. However, the differences between financial institutions insolvency and other corporate insolvencies goes back to the role a bank plays in sort of the economy and society. And if you look at that role, it's more integral perhaps to an efficient running of the financial system and the economy compared to another corporate, for example, a manufacturing company, a construction company. And so when a bank is going through distress and is under the threat of insolvency, that can have a much wider impact than a corporate insolvency. I'm not saying that the collapse of a construction company, a manufacturing company, a travel company is not a big deal, because it is. Every time a company goes into insolvency, into receivership, administration, liquidation, there is an impact. The owners, the directors, the employees, service providers, vendors, banks who are owed, there is an impact. However, that impact can be contained in some way because it's very limited to that ecosystem surrounding that corporate, right? But we've seen situations when a bank is in distress. What can happen? Some of the consequences include a run on the bank, and certainly not just a run on that bank, but in some situations, a lack of trust in the financial system. We've seen situations across the world where when one bank suffers, people start withdrawing their money from other banks. And what starts to happen is that there is a contagion effect. It starts to spread across the financial system. And once the financial system stops functioning, every other part of the economy and our society stops to function. We've not seen a situation where a company that is in manufacturing of milk, for example, if it goes into insolvency, we've never seen people stop buying milk from other companies, as an example. So you can contain the fallout for another corporate insolvency, but for a bank and financial institution, the consequences can be quite severe in the financial system. And as we know, if the financial system stops to function as it is designed to function, then the wider economy, the wider society then starts to feel the effect. When we go back to the 2008 financial crash in the US, when it started in the US, if you read the consequences of it, at some point, companies that were not in distress, global companies that their business was solid, were starting to struggle because they could not access working capital financing, because banks were now starting to withhold cash. They were starting to not have the cash to facilitate the trade and the business of companies that were not involved at all. But because the financial system was crashing, everybody else was feeling the impact. And that's, I think, one of the main reasons why a bank insolvency or a bank in distress is quite different from a corporate insolvency. The other point around bank insolvencies is that once a bank loses the trust of its stakeholders, it's very hard to bring it back. Yeah, once you go into distress and the information is out there. Going back to the example of the manufacturing company that produces milk and milk products, you can actually turn it around. Yeah, take it through a process, put sufficient capital, pay off creditors, use the insolvency regime to buy it some time to recover and go back and turn it around. Now, for a bank, one of the main drivers of the bank continuing to operate is trust, more than anything else. Yes, you have the capital, you have the customers, you're lending, but the trust. Now, if you lose that trust of your customers and stakeholders because you are in certain distress, it's very difficult to say, we'll put in $10 million and 2 weeks from now, we'll just reopen our doors and everybody will come back flooding in and we'll continue business as usual. So that's another difference between sort of normal corporate insolvencies and bank insolvencies.
Oh, thank you, Patrick. It's interesting how the two are quite diverse. The insolvency that affects an ordinary company, and as opposed to a bank, there's a term that also I came across in dealing with one of the biggest insolvencies here in Uganda, which was Crane Bank, and it was said that Crane Bank's insolvency caused a systemic risk to the banking industry, and that word was used very carefully because of the size of Crane Bank at the time and the way it affected the banking industry. A systemic risk means a risk that affects the banking system, and Crane Bank was so big that its closure had that impact, and it had to be carefully dealt with. I'm going to go to a gentleman who has worked a lot in this area, and Mr. Wilbrod Owor. First of all, I thank you for your service to the people of Uganda and East Africa with Kiwi, because today, as you can see, we are all showing off our shiny shoes. Yours are also shining, and we appreciate that. But away from that, today we are talking about the banking industry and not shoe polish. From your own perspective as UBA, what are the common causes of bank insolvency? What should bankers and financial institutions do to avoid it? How can we steer clear of that danger?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Timothy. I also at some point wanted to ask, I asked my neighbor, what is the age of the Gen Zs? Because on some of the riots I saw in Kenya, they were older than, it's fashionable to be a Gen Z now because they are driving things. But thank you for your compliments. I think our conversation will be very complimentary, right from the first speaker who took us through the various topics and then the specific conversation we are having. The typical causes, there are many, and they have been very, very well lined up. I think what I will do is just to give examples specific to the banking sector, but they have really been listed from the previous speakers. Liquidity is a big issue because liquidity is deposits. When you put your money in the bank, those are deposits, and that's what the bank then uses to lend and so on. When a bank runs short of that, there are real problems. And so in banking, number one, day one, you are taught mobilize deposits. Mobilize deposits. It is the lifeblood of a bank. And banks depend on it. And anything that shakes deposits or makes people take away deposits, it brings a big problem to the bank. The number one thing Bank of Uganda does every day, every single day, is to look at the liquidity ratio of banks daily. That is the deposits versus your lending. And depending on how you are categorized, the central bank allows about a 65-70% ratio. So for 100 shillings, you can only lend up to 60-70 at any one time, so that when you come, like you said, you find your money. But here, the other causes, like I said, they are the ones listed bad loans, because then bad loans means those deposits are not brought back. There's something called a lending mismatch. Is another one, that because deposits are short term, you deposit them and anytime you can come for them. It means when we are lending, you also can't lend too long. You can't lend for 10-15 years, and yet somebody has given you his money that he could come for tomorrow or next month. That is what we call a mismatch. And the central bank watches that quite regularly, so that when people come for their money, they can find it. That can sometimes be a big cause. And the recent challenges in the US in the technology space was because of that sort of thing, because they were investing in fintech that needed a longer period to fruition, and they were using short-term monies. And it just takes 1-2 depositors to be unable to get their money. And today with technology, word goes out very, very quickly. She spoke about economic conditions. There's another one now, very real. I may not share all the details, but the geopolitics now in the country. You can be doing banking and your shareholder comes from a certain country and there's a sanction. A major shareholder, or capital is raised like the central bank has done, and that shareholder is unable to move money to meet the capital requirements. And you look for other shareholders. One, they will say, but why hasn't the other one brought? And you can't say he's sanctioned or anything. Oh, it may not even be sanctioned. He's from a sanctioned country. Sometimes just being from however good you are, for those of you who support Chelsea and Abramovich and things like that, he had to appoint trustees. Yeah? And there's big money involved there. Okay? Sometimes you are not even part of the conflict. These things happen. Economic conditions, yes, like I think she spoke very well about that. But also market share. There are 25 banks, like she said. 65-70% of the market share is controlled currently by about 6 banks in the country. So if, let's say, you are at the bottom and you have 0.1% market share, any shock could tilt you, with the challenges, especially if loans are then not paid, coupled with other economic conditions. So these are important things, and by knowing what causes them, it almost speaks to the ways of addressing them. She's spent time on undercapitalization. Why does the central bank focus on this? Because you have to have sufficient capital to absorb shocks. Today they have introduced, after collapses, they've introduced capital and liquidity ratios that you must always meet, because there's an expectation that there will be shocks that come and cause losses, and your capital should still be able to withstand that shock and continue doing business. And therefore, if you are undercapitalized, the central bank is obviously worried that at any tilt, you could cause problems. And why? Because remember, you are keeping people's money. In a way, although most of the banks are private sector, but we are doing a public duty. You are a custodian of people's money, and they trust you. Banking is a trust business. And the central bank does not even for once, want a situation that will destabilize the economy, like he said. You spoke about systemic challenges, or a systemic bank. There are about 9 now. And Crane Bank was one of them. Because of their size, their balance sheet, the number of customers, the intermediation they provide to the economy, the amount of lending. So the central bank is concerned that if anything happens, its impact across the economy. Secondly, there's what we call the interbank market. So within the banks, they lend themselves overnight, 24 hours, and so on. You may find that there's huge exposure that Crane Bank could have taken from other banks meaning if it collapses or if it has a problem, automatically the others are exposed. So those systemic risks are taken into account, and that's why they are rated and measured differently. So the larger banks have higher capital requirements, higher ratios, higher cash reserves. There's an amount of money that is not allowed for lending or doing anything. You just keep it in cash. You can't even earn a cent because the central bank wants it to be available. So those are some of the causes. And today, technology, fraud, the single biggest cyber risk today can bring down a bank overnight. It never used to be measurable. They measure governance, the manager, how qualified, how much credit are you giving, and so on, how well is the thing being audited. Today, ICT, because all our processes, transactions are electronic, it can bring down a bank. It's the number one single risk KPI. And they test the robustness of your systems, the number of incidences, successful and unsuccessful, because banks can come down overnight because of technology. I don't know whether you want me to speak to what options are available, or I wait at this point. I'll wait. Okay. So it's almost speaking to those causes that we severally listed across in the conversation. The basics are just to manage liquidity first and foremost, good loans, good business strategy, and things like that. There are risks that come, and I've seen all the members, whenever a member financial institution is closed, you just know how bad we feel because they are UBA members. You would have, on some of them were at a strategy session together when the central bank was reading the announcement, and we had had breakfast, and we could not have lunch with the guy again. So it's very painful each time. But first is to avoid a situation where you are undercapitalized, and therefore you deal with those things that cause undercapitalization. And lending is go bad is one of them. And fraud. Next week we'll have a fraud conference, and we'll share some numbers of fraud hitting the financial sector and what we are doing. But it can be a problem. But most importantly is strategy. At the end of it's a business. I said earlier, it's like any business. The business of banks is just to trade in money. And therefore strategy is critical. Sometimes when you already find yourself in the conversation we are having today around insolvency or getting there, the central bank has liquidity windows. There's a liquidity facility. These are really short term. So they can avail you temporary liquidity in the hope that you are sorting yourself, mobilizing. You could use that window. You could also use the interbank temporarily. But if it is getting more serious, you have to call on your shareholders to bring in capital quickly. Sometimes banks also take longer term debt if you can secure in more advanced markets. Of course, here if you're already struggling, even lending you would be tricky. But in other advanced financial and money markets, you can take longer term debt and make sure it's convertible into equity, so that over that period there's a whole restructure and change of strategy to help you recover. And if you do, then you pay back. If you don't, of course it's convertible, and hopefully the equity shareholders can either get a return or face the challenges. The central bank in Uganda has largely used what we call a P&A, purchase and assumption, that they ask a bigger bank to then buy and take over. Usually first the deposits, so that tomorrow you can still go and get your money. And then the loans, they will look at the good ones. Then the bad ones, they give the central bank to recover, so that it doesn't cause infection to the bank taking over. So purchase and assumption. And the reason why it is fast, clean, smooth, it does not stabilize the economy. Because the first thing, Jacinta will tell you, the first thing is you want to reassure the economy, bring about stability, that there is no crisis at all times, that the economy is stable, the financial sector is stable, and don't cause a panic and trigger other runs. So purchase and assumption is simple. There's the information, it is shared, all the depositors, systems are configured so that you are able to tomorrow go and then get your money. Of course, sometimes in the past they have outright closures, takeovers, and the liquidation process and so on start. It's a painful one. It's not usually preferred for central bankers, but that happens. Of course, the Deposit Protection Fund is there. I hope that you will give a 1-second announcement to earn your salary. There's what they call insured depositors. The current limit is up to 10 million, so that they are paid and people don't walk away. The idea is that person up to 10 million is what they call what? Unsophisticated depositor. They expect that if you have above that hundreds of billions, or you are able to judge where you can put your money or manage it well to avoid risks. But at least the current limit is up to 10 million. And typically when there's an outright closure, the DPF will kick in. So those are some of the ways. But as I said, depending on what the cause is, it is sometimes difficult to cure. If let me give you, there's something called the single obligor limit. Like when the central bank says the capital for a bank is 150 billion, or for a microfinance credit finance institution is 25 billion. The central bank regulations say that you cannot lend one single customer. Let's say I'm called roofings. You cannot lend beyond 25% of your core capital, because then beyond that you are overexposing capital to one single customer, meaning if something happened to them, more than 25% of your capital would go down. And they watch those things for a reason, because business, the economy, it can be tough. It's really the principle of spreading risk and avoiding what they call concentration risk. And those are important things too. Sometimes things are just impossible. It's one direction that you can't recover. Let's say they are major shareholder issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Orr. That was insightful, extremely insightful. I'm going to get to Jacinta in a moment. And with Jacinta, I want us to focus a bit, and I know it can get a bit uncomfortable zeroing down to specific examples of what has happened in the market, but these things are in the public domain, and people need to understand from a clearer perspective from examples that we have actually seen happening here. And so I'm going to talk about Crane Bank a bit more. Its closure, as I said, has been the biggest, has had the biggest impact on the banking industry in recent times. Well, in our entire history, I believe. The one that probably came close was the closure of Uganda Commercial Bank back in 2003. Some of the viewers, the Gen Zs, probably were not born by then. A few were learning how to talk. But those are the recent history big ones that we can talk about. And in comparison, I guess recently we've seen the closure of EFC as well, and without belittling it, it was a smaller financial institution than these other ones. From those closures, what lessons do we learn, and how do we move forward to learn from them and be better as both a banking industry and really as a country?
Thank you, Timothy. What are these lessons that we learn? First and foremost, we know that Crane Bank, what was the reason why it was closed? It was insufficient capital, and there was non-performing loans. And what was the reason for closure of UCB? It was also liquidity problems, and then eventually it was privatized due to mismanagement that was happening in UCB at the time. Excuse me. Then Greenland Bank, it was also closed due to fraudulent activities and poor management. So what is running through? We see liquidity issues is manifesting in all these institutions because of a poor management, corporate governance issues. that is affecting the capital. That affects me and you when we go to the bank to withdraw money and there is no money to give to us, or when you want to, when the bank fails to pay their loan obligations or debts. So what are the lessons? The first takeaway is to enter into financial business, financial institutions business, you must have a deep pocket. It is not for the small boys. It is for people who have deep pockets. Why should you have deep pockets? Just like Wilbrod has told us here, there is fraud which is going to happen, either internally or externally. There is IT happening, IT fraud is happening every day here and there. And just like he has told us, they'll be having a conference next week. Most of the financial institutions will tell you that fraud is happening, but they may not disclose the full figure. But if we all knew, we would get worried, just like the telcos. You just see in the papers that fraud has happened, this amount of billions has been moved here and there. But how come they are still standing? It is because of the deep pockets. They have money which is able to cushion the losses that arises as a result of all this that is happening, the shocks that are happening in the financial institution. Secondly, the other lesson we need to learn is strong corporate governance. Just like I said, we are here in the room, financial sector practitioners in the legal practice or in other areas of practice that affects the financial sector. When you're choosing your board, you need to have the right people. Why? Because they are the ones who are the running minds of the institution. If you do not have a good board, then you're going to have issues. And it is for that reason that when the central bank realizes that the board members of that financial institution is not adequate enough to run that institution or manage it, they do a replacement. Those are the corrective measures that the central bank usually conducts. So they will recommend that you change that CEO, change maybe the director audit or something like that. So there is all that corrective measure, that happens on senior management and directors of the financial institution. What is the other thing that needs to be put in place? A robust risk mitigation framework. You should be able to identify the risk, assess it, and mitigate it. Just like Director Wilbrod has said, there is a lot of fraud happening in this sector. How do you mitigate it? If the capital is eroded because of the risks that have finally materialized, then you have a crisis in place. You should be having enough capital to cushion the shock and the risk that has just materialized. That means your structures should operate. Power should not lie in an individual. The structures should be able to work and ensure that the institution is run properly. There is also need to conduct due diligence. Most of us recruit and we do not do a background check. For the financial institutions, there must be a background check. And that is why the central bank, before an institution, a financial institution, gives you, as in a solid appointment letter as a director in a financial institution or a manager, they do a background check. They are asked to submit to the central bank the people whom they have interviewed and they desire to give the appointment letter. So whereas you may apply for a job in a financial institution, take note that there will be a background check that shall be done on you. It is a requirement by law and the central bank also does it. So if the financial institution doesn't do a good job, the central bank will also do, should I say, a backstop funding, as in some backup, there's a due diligence done. And when they find that that person whom you've proposed or whom you've employed has issues with their issues with their history, when they do a background check, they will recommend that they be replaced or not be confirmed in the position. Even the employees that a financial institution recruits now, that one is the burden that sits with the financial institution. They should be able to do a background check because most of the fraud we've realized happens because of the individual. You may have the best IT systems in place, anti-fraud, whatever you call it, it is the people who run these systems. So if that individual does not have the integrity, believe you me, you may have the best system, but if the people do not have integrity, your institution will come down as a result of fraud. And the other one, to earn my salary, is the regulator has put in place the Deposit Protection Fund. Now, this was previously stayed with Bank of Uganda. It was moved as a corporate entity that represents itself, invests its own money. So it collects money from financial institutions every year. There is a premium that financial institutions contribute to the Deposit Protection Fund. It is that money which is later invested, and when a financial institution closes, the Deposit Protection Fund is supposed to pay the customers up to a maximum of 10 million shillings. It is for that reason that we haven't seen people complaining a lot, because at least a minimum, they receive their 10 million shillings. The excess is now something which government and the central bank agrees on how to pay the excess. But otherwise, our money is protected up to a maximum of 10 million shillings. So as you invest, just like Director Wilbrod has highlighted, we need to do a due diligence, find out which are those financial institutions which are stable enough, especially for us in this room who earn more than 10 million shillings. How much are you depositing in your bank? Yes, someone may say, I don't get it. Can you imagine the day when they pay your salary that day in the morning, and then they close that financial institution before you've withdrawn your money? That is how it affects us. So you need to do a due diligence, find out who are your bankers? Are they stable enough? Do they have any issues? And that is why the central bank requires that every financial institution puts out their financial statements every year, such that if you're diligent enough, you go and look at their books and you assess whether it is a safe institution or it is already having some of the highlights of something which is about to close. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jacinta. You've really answered the question succinctly. I'm going to ask Patrick Matu to probably, as we close the discussion, if you can just take us outside Uganda with your vast experience. You've seen what happens in other jurisdictions. How have they maneuvered through their own experiences in banking insolvency? If you can just walk us through that.
Thanks, Timothy. So, I'll start with my home country, Kenya. So years ago, this is pre-COVID, there was some turbulence in the banking sector. And at that point, the regulator took a very hard stance and took over, I think, 3 or so banks in very quick order, and appointed sort of the equivalent of receivers, the official receiver, and I mean, there were reasons for it. The banks had some issues around governance, liquidity, and so the regulator took a very hard stance. But what happens when you take over 3 banks in a very short period of time? Back to what we've been talking about, trust in the financial system, isn't it? So while legally is the right thing to do, the message that was starting to get out into the market and in the economy is that the financial system was not sound. And everybody was asking, who is next? Who's next? And in these days of social media, rumors were starting to spread, as people do. And somebody would wake up in the morning and is very idle and decide, I'm going to put out something that this other bank X is also going to be taken over, withdraw your money. And what happens? You might have trust in your bank, but you also don't want to be the last one to get your money. So out of an abundance of caution, people started withdrawing their money. And I think the regulator and the government realized that while they were trying to do the right thing legally, taking over banks and financial institutions one after the other sends the wrong message. And so we had this situation where, because there are a few other banks also that had some issues, but what started to happen was, I was going to use a term, but it might, I hope you take it in the right context. Forced marriages, yeah? That's what happened, where a struggling bank would be persuaded that the best way of resolution is to speak to another bank that is perhaps stronger, bigger, and either get some investment, equity injection. And the reason was that was a much a way to resolve bank challenges and insolvencies rather than taking over the entity. What started to happen was a lot of announcements of, Bank A, Tier 1 acquiring a Tier 3 bank, and bank, Tier 2 and Tier 2 sort of joining together. And it was, especially if you look at some of the examples, Tier 1 acquiring a Tier 3, strategically, they might not be gaining that much. If you have 25% market share, a Tier 3 bank might not add much to you, even for balance sheet customers, whatever it is, deposit. But it was about getting the industry to solve the challenges within its own industry. Getting industry players to step in and solve the challenges without the regulator having to step in and take over a bank. So we saw a lot of that happen, and quite a number of institutions were resolved that way, by being acquired. In one case, we saw one bank acquire another one, but not even consolidate it. Let it keep its brand, its customers, everything, but with the backstop of a big bank to say, that's our subsidiary now, so it's safe. And we are guaranteeing everything. That's one way to resolve it, because it keeps the trust in the system. The other example is in Ghana. Ghana also went through a particularly challenging time in the banking industry. This is probably 9-10 years ago. And in that case, they actually had to close at least 9 banks and quite a number of other microfinance and deposit-taking institutions. Again, prior to that, licenses had been given to all manner of, individuals and characters to open deposit-taking institutions, banking licenses, and inevitably, because of governance, ethics, integrity issues, there was a big problem. And the regulator had to actually carry out a review of the entire sector or the players in the sector to understand who was stable, who was not. And out of that, they had to actually close 9 banks, revoke the licenses, go through administration and receiverships, try and recover some of the assets as much as they could. And to be fair, some of those receiverships and insolvencies are going on to date because of, unwinding a financial institution is not easy. But one of the things Ghana did when they realized the issue they had is that corporate insolvency laws and, legal frameworks sometimes can be an impediment to resolving a financial institution. Because as the insolvency practitioners in the room will tell you, corporate insolvency sometimes takes a long time because people are going to court, they're getting injunctions, there are creditor meetings. There's all manner of things that go on. And once somebody goes to court, especially in most of our, jurisdictions, and get an injunction, it's another 6 months, 8 months, 9 months. And so they had to change the law in Ghana to give the regulator more powers to resolve banks in distress. Outside of the corporate insolvency legal framework, they had to give the regulator a bit more power to make certain decisions without having to go to court to seek approval, and to avoid the situation where we find ourselves where something comes to a standstill because there's been an injunction for 18 months. Yeah. So that's what Ghana did, and it has helped in terms of resolving what could have, crashed the financial system. The last example I'll give is probably in terms of lessons learned during the financial crisis in 2008. When Lehman Brothers went down, if you read about what happened, there was actually a possible solution to Lehman Brothers before it collapsed completely. There was a proposed sale of Lehman Brothers to Barclays in the UK, and the deal was almost signed off. However, what no one had considered was that Barclays needed the approval of the UK regulator for the sale to happen. And the UK regulator simply said, you're presenting this now and you want approval today, and it's not going to happen. And one of the lessons learned globally was that you always have to ask yourself, even as here in Uganda, for those systematically important banks, if you're going to resolve it, can you resolve it internally, or would you need the collaboration of other regulators outside your jurisdiction? And do you have any sort of agreements in place to resolve some of these issues quickly? And it's not just for systematically indigenous banks, even multinational banks. We have large multinational banks here. Are we able right now to say that we can resolve it without, for example, the home regulator for the group being aware or being sort of collaborative? Or would we run into those problems where the home regulator is saying, we need 4 weeks to make a decision, when you need to make a decision in the next 12 hours? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrick. It's good to take a trip around the world with you. Some good experience there from the jurisdictions that you've pointed out. And I think it all goes back to understanding your market, and also understanding the options available to you in the different scenarios that you might come across when insolvency presents itself in the financial institution industry. I'm going to give our members just one last opportunity to make closing remarks. I'll request for just 10 minutes. Thank you. I'll allow Jacinta, just give us some closing remarks, any parting shots you might have for our people. Then Will Broad and Patrick, and I'll close.
All right. Thank you so much, Timothy. As my parting shots, I would encourage fellow lawyers in the room and insolvency practitioners that this area is virgin, this area is evolving. We even have the payment space, which is interlinking with the financial sector. Please let us get involved in it. Let us get knowledge in this area, because as we contribute and work together as practitioners in this sector, we will make our economy and our country a better country. We need to grow our financial sector such that it is stable and all of us may enjoy it. Thank you.
So thank you very much for this particular session. I think for me, my parting shots are related to the speaker, the first speaker. She spoke to corporate governance quite emphatically. And in there are a lot of things. You asked what are the lessons and things like that. In typical banking courses, what are the signals or signs of stress? It starts with corporate governance and many things that you see there. And it always starts from there. But I think since I'm speaking to young lawyers, I would not earn my salary if I didn't. I know sometimes your clients, you have to defend them when there's non-performing loans in courts. With injunctions, filing in different courts, the same matter, you make it a land division matter, away from commercial court and things like that. Spousal consent, I don't know what. But you know that each time you are delaying the case, you are weakening the financial sector. The more there are bad loans, it has an impact, but also it doesn't make our country an attractive destination for investment. and yet the country desperately needs a huge amount of capital to turn it around. But nonetheless, thank you very much. I know that this is your job, and everybody has a right to defend. Someday I may need your service when I'm the one who has defaulted. But thanks a lot. Very, very enlightening conversation. Thank you.
For me, first is to thank the Uganda Law Society and Ligomac, Rita, for the invitation to participate in this very, very interesting session. And my parting remarks are, to the lawyers and the professional advisors in the room. I think we all have a role to play in this business restructuring and insolvency space. And I think sometimes we focus a lot on the after insolvency, after the appointment, especially for insolvency practitioners, the licensed ones, there are many of us here. But there is an area of restructuring and turnaround that we need to spend a lot more time on, even for the lawyers. Turnaround is something that we are not spending enough time on, and yet some of these businesses that go through insolvency, if enough time was spent talking to the business, talking to the lenders, we could turn them around rather than let's get into sale of property, let's go into court and drag these out and just lose value, because at the end of the day that process ends up losing value for pretty much every stakeholder. So the turnaround and restructuring space is something that even at PwC we are spending a lot of time on, even for family businesses. Let's try to work together, even as advisors and lawyers, to ensure that distress does not mean death for companies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrick. I think you've summarized it very well. We are speaking to mostly an audience of lawyers and people in the legal space. We need to understand our client a bit better, the banking sector and the financial institutions that come to us, or maybe not even come to us, but need us. So I guess we need to position ourselves a bit more favorably, understand the laws, understand the basic things like the minimum capital requirements, how to ensure that you don't go below that. There's a case that we handled some years back where a director in a microfinance, so there were two cases very similar in nature, both directors in two microfinance institutions permitted the lending of monies way beyond 25% of their minimum capital requirement to a single borrower. And Mr. Orr spoke about that and the danger that poses. Imagine that one person disappears. That definitely means the closure of your financial institution. So things like that need to be avoided. Who are the best people to occupy the roles of management in these places? We lawyers can help sit on the committees that vet these people, because we know what is required of you to make sure the financial institution works well. Make yourself important. Give opinions to these people. Welcome opinions any day. I can just call a banker now and say, can I send you an opinion on how much money to receive from a customer tomorrow? He'll say yes. However useless it is, because these people want to learn every day. So the best way to position yourself is in that way. Offer advice. I know you want to get paid, but the only way to get recognized is to do it for free. Then the next day when that customer doesn't pay, they'll come running to you because you probably have a solution to the problem. And also honesty. Integrity is very important in our legal industry. It sounds like something basic, but it's a basic requirement that's quickly dying. We want to fight unwinnable battles. We want to make unreasonable arguments. For example, someone borrows money and when they can't pay it, they say the person who lent me money is not legally recognized. Therefore, you are not entitled to your money. So everyone should just go their own way. And you run with that argument up to the Supreme Court, and you will die until until you're recognized as the right person. And you insist, and many times as lawyers, we get convinced by our own arguments. You run it so much that in your mind it makes sense. Therefore, yeah, you want to sell it to everyone else, however unreasonable it sounds. So I think we need to be a bit more honest with ourselves. There are better ways to resolve there are better ways to resolve these sticky situations. It's better to approach the financial institution, agree a restructure, and find a solution. I think that's the best I can say right now, and I want to thank our panel. You've spoken very well, you've enlightened us, and I hope we've learned something. Have a fantastic rest of the symposium, and we thank you for inviting us.
Another round of applause for our panelists and moderator. Thank you so much, Timothy. We have about 2 minutes. We are really moving well with time until the bank conversation became deep. We didn't want to stop it. It's pertinent. It's close to all of us. Actually, there's a question online which I believe you've kind of talked about, but more like a comment of mercantile under receivership shortly after the bank, after Crane Bank. Isn't that doom for the financial sector? I guess it's speaking to the trust element that you've talked about. Are there any very burning questions from the audience? Ian.
Mine is not it's a supplement to her question. We've had a Crane Bank, EFC, Mercantile, then Opportunity Bank downgrading to. So the question we have is, those who are not banked and looking for wider financial inclusion, when they hear these things, they're asking, should I keep my money back into my bed and then I'll be safer there? I think that's where the whole thing comes into.
Please don't keep your money under the. Please, the sector is safe. Even in the worst case, I think Jacinta said at least 10 million will be paid by the DPF. But the financial system is like a lifeblood, you know. So the more deposits are kept in a formalized institution, at least you have a regulator. Even if you are not paid, you will shout until the process of liquidation and so on, and there's an order in which the payments come. You will be eventually paid than keeping the mattress and termites is very risky, leave alone thieves. Okay? But I want to say that there is a reason why the central bank has tiered financial institutions. Tier 1, Tier 3, Tier 4. And there is business for all the segments. If you look at the population of our country, the majority of people do not need the money that roofing requires. Yeah? 50, 30 million. I sit on another board funded by MasterCard. Huge monies. People borrow 1 million shillings and time over a day. You know the people who do airtime, mobile money, and they're surviving. There are businesses keeping this economy and they borrow daily. Okay? So there's business for every segment. And if you are downgraded or if you choose to downgrade in whatever tier, just strategize for that tier. There is business. There's so much business because of the structure of our economy. Okay? How many large corporates are there? And if you get exposed beyond the 25%, like you said, but how many people need 20, 30, 50 million all the time? The people in Owino, St. Balikudembe, who buy produce at 4 a.m. and by 10 they have sold it and paid. They borrow 50 to 100 200 million from the microfinance institutions, and they do a lot of business. So strategy and governance, the time was short. I could have broken down the issue around governance. You just have to position well. I really want to assure you and encourage you. Please don't keep money. At least keep it on the phone, okay? Maybe they'll steal your phone or something, but it will be there. Value will be there until, of course, now there are other Gen Zs on cyber who are too up. But the mattress one, please don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Wilbert. I don't see another hand up. Okay. You two need to separate.
Apparently the questions are coming from the two people here. Once again, my name is Nathan Odur, an assistant manager with PwC. I'm not an auditor. I'm in business restructuring services, together with Patrick. When I heard that someone from Deposit Protection Fund is here, I was very excited, and at least they brought clarity to a number of things I was curious about, because my local people in the village, with about 100 million in produce, were asking themselves what happens after the 10 million, after bankers closed, and they've only refunded 10 million, so they're wondering what happens with 99. I have just an inquiry whether the arrangements I think Jacinta spoke about, where the bank, the government, and the regulator can handle the excess money. I mean, that discussion, is it in the public domain for us to understand how I can explain to my village mate about the 90 million? That is one. Then, and also I'm curious about whether in that event, if you have products with some banks, say unit trusts or other services where there is a bit of some money you make. If, for example, I have 20 million and maybe I was running some or having a product and bears some money, whether those amounts as well are refunded or are provided in that scenario. Yes, that's what I had. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Is it okay if I stand here? Okay, fine. Okay, you asked about the excess of 10 million shillings. What happens to it? For the institutions that have so far closed in the history of Uganda, the government has paid off the excess. That is why we've never seen a scenario whereby the customers are saying their money got lost. Now, the current situation of Mercantile Bank, government has said that we go on with liquidation. So that means the assets of Mercantile Bank will have to be sold, and then the liquidator, currently is a central bank, is going to collect all the money and look at the assets of Mercantile Bank, which is currently available, and pay it to the customers. Now the question is the money enough or it is not enough? That is something that will be decided when they have collected all the assets of Mercantile Bank. But as of now, 10 million shillings is being paid, maximum of 10 million shillings. We have a number of people, not so many, because over 90% had less than 10 million shillings in their accounts. So the ones who have in excess, about I think 8%, so those ones will have to wait. They will have to write to the central bank and ask and notify the central bank that they were depositors of Mercantile Bank, and this is how much money they had in their account. DPF has paid them 10 million shillings. They are now pursuing their excess, which is maybe 20 million shillings or whatever amount, with 1,000 shillings. Then Bank of Uganda will pay them. What I need to bring to your attention is there is the pro rata in law. So if the assets are less, then there is a formula. It will be a percentage. If it is enough, everybody will get their money and they go home. So that is currently the current position which the Central Bank of Uganda has communicated to staff, to every depositor. Thank you. And by the way, to your villagers, please ask them to come to the Deposit Protection Fund. We have an email, we have a phone number, they can communicate, and then we have claimant forms which they fill in. Single account, as in individual account holders, please go to Stanbic Bank. They are our agent payouts. So that means instead of DPF paying that 10 million shillings, we have an arrangement with Stanbic Bank. So they go to the Stanbic Bank branch around and then make their claims there. There are officers in Stanbic Bank whom we've put aside, and Stanbic Bank has been willing to give us officers to attend to all the claimants of Mercantile Bank. So everyone is served. It is a systemically important or widely spread in what commercial bank. That is why we've chosen it. Thank you.
Jacinta, consider that pro bono on the advert. ULS has fulfilled our pro bono to DPF for the year. So thank you so much. We have a break, a very short break. I know that many of us have been eating while we went along. So I'm going to request that one, we take a group photo for the Gen Zs to see what's happening. And we, get a quick snack or tea and come back for our next session. We have some really exciting topics. We are going to talk ethics. We are going to talk mergers, acquisitions in insolvency. We are going to talk alternative funding options for businesses, what the government is doing, what the private sector is doing to help distressed businesses. So please stick around and let's see how it goes. Media team, kindly help us to take the photo. We should be seated by 11:30 for our next presentation on ethics, and then we'll continue. Thank you so much. Here, we're just standing. of AMBA Solicitors and Advocates, formerly Kenneth Akampura Advocates and Solicitors. He has over 18 years experience as a lawyer advocate. He's an arbitrator. He's also an insolvency practitioner. He's also a commissioner for oaths and a notary public. Kenneth is a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, UK, and the Home Secretary of SIAB, the Uganda chapter. He has worked with DFCU before in the legal department, and in there he did a lot of financial and debt models for restructures and delinquent facilities. In the recent past, Ken has been a liquidator. He has represented creditors and defended debtors, so he has been on all sides. He will know the dilemmas to experience for companies in different sectors: banking, construction, and agriculture. So naturally, Ken has a Bachelor of Laws degree from Makerere. He has a diploma in legal practice from Law Development Center. He has a postgraduate in financial management from UMI. He's currently pursuing a master's degree in construction law and arbitration at the Robert Gordon University of Scotland. And he's undertaken a lot of trainings in international law documentation, arbitration, mediation, and so many others. Mr. Akampura, you're very welcome. And thank you for honoring our invitation.
Thank you, Rita. I will not fight you. Rita already has some invoices pending on her side coming from me because of the ambush and short notice of today's presentation. I think I'm like a fireman to her. When she sees me, she sees fire brigade. But thank you very much for inviting me for the symposium. I'm honored to be the presenters this morning, running into afternoon in the next 15 minutes. That's my bio. Drawing from Doctor's presentation early this morning, in AMBA, I'm the managing partner, yes, but I'm also the resuscitator and also the pathologist in the firm. So I'm an insolvency practitioner. Insolvency practitioners are known for resuscitating if you're on the side of reorganizing the business, restructure, and giving it a new life, or you're the pathologist who says, okay, now from the look, when I open your body, I can see there's a problem here on corporate governance, and I think we'll not be able to recover. We also see some other issues here on cash flow management. There's a possibility of prosecuting the directors of the company and the CFOs. So you do the analysis quickly. So I'm the pathologist when it comes to that also in the firm. I work with a team. We are not few. We are around 16 in the firm. But insolvency practitioners, we are 3, but I head the department. I think I've been called to speak because I'm a trench man in terms of, I think we've done very dirty insolvencies at times, and find yourself having to be very creative on how you move around this thing. From my presentation, you'll note that insolvency is not for the faint heart, in my view. Okay, this is my go slogan. I always present this because I don't like fighting with lawyers, because I'm an insolvency practitioner, so I'm already bound to be sued by any of you. So there is nothing noble in being superior to your fellow men. True nobility lies in being superior to your former self. So for me, it's personal growth on a daily, and I don't fight others unless if they have provoked me to. That's when I'll fight a fellow lawyer. So lawyers have immunity in my firm. I always approach you and tell you, by the way, I have a suit against you. Those that heed to the settlement principles, we do settle. Those that don't, unfortunately, we roll the dice and see if you're lucky. But normally we don't like to fight lawyers. That is me. I've already been introduced. The law vis-a-vis executing the instruction. The law governing insolvency practice, I think that one all of us know. It is well enshrined in all our veins, that we all know that a good lawyer is one who knows where I think you're mistaken on that one. A good lawyer is one who knows the judge. I am told. I don't know. But that's now borders on ethical standings for any of us. If you know the judge and you're pushing the judge, then it's a problem, because you're disadvantaging your other colleague, and those are ethical boundaries now being crossed. My topic is bound on the ethical dilemma. How do you do your campus, or how do you read your direction when you're the insolvency practitioner? So in my view, we all know the law. The challenge is how to apply the law to execute clients' instructions. Because all of us are not novices to the law. Whether you're an accountant, whether you're a business advisor like our brothers from PwC, you know the law. Because the Insolvency Act and the rules are very quite easy to run through, because the law provides for both accountants and lawyers. To the fact that this symposium attracts insolvency practitioners, creditors of record, that's for example banks, bankers, financial regulators, etc. And we all have expectations as participants or organizers. So we shall share our expectations. Unfortunately, the bankers have gone, the regulator has gone. Now I'm in a dilemma. But it's okay. What are our expectations? Just quickly, on that table. Expectations out of the presentation. What do you expect to pick out? The ethical dilemma as a topic. By the way, it's examinable, just to let you know. There are 5 CLE points. The accountants have also got some. I think you're also going to be accurate, I think 10 for attendance. So it is examinable. And I am the chief examiner. Yes. And your 2 points. Mr. Mtiwa.
So after my mini question, I should have 10 points. But
sorry,
my
start
issue,
with one.
My issue, what I want to get out is, there's that thing called, Uganda, how we do our things. How does one navigate such murky waters?
Uganda.
Representing borrowers, and they're saying, I took the money, I don't want to pay, please don't close me, find a way of talking to the other guys, I have this thing, and more and more times you become less of a lawyer if you cannot do.
Yes.
You say, Tamanyi Kampala, let's move on. So how do we navigate those waters?
That one will be answered. So that expectation will be, please read and note the expectations, because I'll also be examined on my 5 CLE. Next table. Kindly pass the mic. Sorry, Mr. Mtiwa, you're going to do the mic thing today. Tamblanayo. By the way, I have only 15 minutes to make my presentation.
Thank you, Kenneth.
Yes.
My expectation is how you could guide on the conflict between making money as a profession of law and ethical conduct.
I wish you all the best on that one, but we'll deal with it. So the mic can come back this side. On that table, expectations. Gentleman with the mic, please. What's your expectation? You'll forgive me for calling you gentleman. They didn't give us the hour to introduce ourselves.
Thank you, Kenneth. Similar to his expectation is, how do we deal with this thing of know who in the practice?
Know who, as in what do you mean?
Meaning that you get the instructions, but do you know the judge? Oh.
Okay, that one I'll also give you a hint on how to do that one. But you don't have to know the judge, in my view. Last step. Expectation.
Yes, thank you, Kenneth, for this opportunity to communicate my expectations. I would expect that you address the issue of handling your personal interests in a transaction, vis-a-vis the public interest and the interests of your client. Yes, when you draw the line on that.
Okay, so thank you. I think all the tables are covered. My bases are covered. I don't have to present. You know what this thing is, in my view. Can we have this? Okay. Okay, so we've dealt with the expectations. In my view, we've covered those. So now we know. I know the base is well cleared. You know what ethical issues are. I won't tell you steal clients' money. I won't tell you eat the creditors' money. I won't tell you sideline a few creditors, sideline the debtors. In case you have to make a refund, please don't keep it in your pockets. That you know, isn't it? The issue now is when you delve into the insolvency itself, or the administration, or the supervision, or the liquidation. That's where the ethical dilemma, in my view, lies. And I speak from what I've done. In my view, these things of integrity and what we know, all of us have done. At least you have a religion that you subscribe to. Even atheists also know that don't steal money, isn't it? So in my view, those I will not touch. I'll proceed to, I told you it's an examination, so we'll proceed and start. In my view, I expect you to number 1. So now we are set to move. Question number 1, please, do you have your writing pads? I think you're given some, and pens. You have them? Question number 1, what is an ethical dilemma? Please write your answer in 2 minutes. Question number 2, with reference to question number 1, your answer to insolvency practice. Mr. Mutiwa, are you there? Very good. Please remember these points have to be awarded and they have to be earned. So the awarder is here. She's taking notes in her pink jacket. The last question, statement, boundaries to creativity in insolvency. Discuss. What the examiner forgot to add was with examples. Are we there? Question number 1 will be taken by table number 1, which is on my right. Lady, you'll be discussed at number 1. Question number 2 will be taken by table number 2 and number 3, where Mr. Mutiwa sits. And table number 2 is where there are only 4 people. So you're all number 2. Are you 4 on the table? So you're number 2. Table 3 will discuss with examples, with the exception of the lady in a pink jacket. The others are all participants. So you're expected to please have your answers now. It's a closed book exam. AI will not be accepted. Please put away your phones, put them under the table. Those that have the Insolvency Act, bring it in front. Okay. Ethical dilemma. This is the marking guide now. I'll now leak the exam. Ethical dilemma, in my view, is philosophical, and I had to find a philosophical definition from Wikipedia. In philosophy, an ethical dilemma also is called an ethical paradox or a moral dilemma. In a situation with 2 or more conflicting moral imperatives, none of which overrides the other. In other words, your conscience cannot override, your ethical biases cannot override, and also the law cannot be overridden, in my view. They all operate in your head in one sphere, and you'll be faced with these challenges. So ethics are prepositional statements used to determine what the right course of action is in a situation. Ethics rely on a logical and rational criteria to reach a decision. So that is ethics. I think ethics, most of us interpret morals, isn't it? And values, correct? It is wrong. Ethics refer to, I don't want to use a bad word, but I'll use it, to a cult. People in a certain group, people in a certain sect behave in a certain way, and they expect you to behave that way. When you fall out, they say you have backslidden, isn't it? If you're born again, right? If you're a Christian, what do? They what? They excommunicate you, isn't it? They say this one is no longer a Christian, so they excommunicate you. Exorcism, yes, that's for the Mutiwas. They chase the demon away and still keep you within the sect. Others will tell you, you're now gone. You've backslidden, so you're no longer part of us. Ethics are weighed as against the law when coming to a decision. Hence the ethical dilemma. The law as is vis-a-vis what is ethical. There are scenarios when you're doing your practice as an insolvency practitioner that you'll have a conflict in your mind on what is ethical and what the law says, but the law gives you leverage to take a decision as an insolvency practitioner. The challenge is those colleagues of ours called lawyers will take you on without any mercy because they have a what? An instruction from a client who says he was badly treated during the insolvency proceedings. So the insolvency practitioner must go in the drain. Let his license be withdrawn. The provisions of the Insolvency Act, in my view, are very draconian to us as insolvency practitioners. It also has a penalty, part of which is imprisonment. So imagine the lawyer has been imprisoned. So lawyers are very creative and very merciless. Because the client has given him instructions, overzealous. So most of us are overzealous as lawyers. So you will decide to even commence criminal action against the insolvency practitioner because your client feels he's fairly untreated. Fairly treated or unfairly? Okay, fairly. So the laws governing insolvency, I will not preach about them, but this is the play field where you will find yourself. The Insolvency Act, as amended, the Companies Act, the Mortgage Act, Access to Information Act, as listed there. The Mortgage Act, of course, applies when you have an insolvency or a receivership and manager appointment from the financial institutions. Those that were here early morning would tell you how to appoint and the kind of instruments. The challenge on the part of the insolvency practitioner will be, were you lawfully appointed? That is a challenge that you always meet. The first with an application for an interim order has a challenge on your appointment. So your bread is already being scratched. Okay. Warnings to insolvency practitioners. These are red flags. These are the ethical issues now. I'm just trying to tickle your mind to these red flags. Every time you have an appointment as an insolvency practitioner, you are dealing with wounded buffaloes. Beware, they will knock you out or disable you for life. The lawyers will knock you out for life and your PC will be withdrawn together with insolvency license. So two things will be taken away. If you're an accountant, your license will also be touched. You may not get one for 2025 because some lawyer has chosen to take you on. So lawyers are not merciless when it comes to their own. Remember, this is a legal instruction. Try as much as possible to execute the instruction by the rules. Do I know the judge? Execute in accordance with the rules. Otherwise, I'm ripe for barbecue. As an insolvency practitioner, Mr. Kabito will tell you he's one of those who run with a gladiator's shield, sued variously and severally by every lawyer who wishes. But he'll take you on with a gladiator's shield and say, bring it on. I will still execute as an insolvency practitioner. So, highly regulated environment, I must tell you that. The rules are quite draconian in my view. There is criminal liability that comes with your practice certificate, and it keeps running through the whole act. Mr. Kabit, what were you up to? Man, you put a lot of these things. So anyway, okay, Mr. Kabit said I want criminals, but man, criminal liability can pick you anytime. Even seatbelt is criminal. So even the Insolvency Act, we have more seatbelt things in my view that can actually bring you down, because when you're found guilty, law counsel will also debar you, isn't it? Automatically you have no practicing license. And it's small offenses. There is no clarity in the Advocates Act that if I have a seatbelt issue, I can go. If it's a breathalyzer test issue, I can still get a visa. You know, for drink driving, you can get a visa. Traffic offense, you can get a visa. But here, no PC. So we'll just debar you. Remember, at the end of the instruction, clients are waiting to be paid. It's payday, it's judgment day. Everybody who hands over their company or who hands themselves to an insolvency practitioner in bankruptcy expects to be paid at the end of it. Even the directors of the company and shareholders are waiting for a balance. Nobody prepares for there's no balance. Okay. You'll forgive me, I have eyesight problems, so I cannot see up there. Who are the stakeholders? I'll not go through this slide. In my view, we know who our stakeholders are. You know, the first is any person. Any person can include a creditor, a debtor, anybody who has a claim at the end of the day, when the company is going down or when the individual is going down, because I'm talking about insolvency of corporates and also bankruptcy. Anybody becomes a stakeholder. And those are potential people who will sue you. Okay. Who are stakeholders in insolvency? I think it's continued again. This I want to jump because of time. Okay. I'll go to non-preferential creditors. Preferential, we all know, right? The water flow. You know the water flow clause in the Act, Section 12, where it recognizes other creditors over and above other creditors. So you allow me to run because time is not my ally here. Section 13 of the Act clarifies all other creditors as non-preferential and they rank equally to each other without priority, and where assets are not sufficient to settle their claims, they abet in equal proportion. Every insolvency practitioner faces challenges in managing this category of stakeholders and is exposed to litigation, among other remedies available to any disgruntled or misguided creditor. This is a minefield. It's a minefield in the sense that you need to have your Psalms 23 on your chest. That though I walk through the valley of the shadow of this death, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil. For thy rod and thy staff, they comfort. In my view, that's the insolvency practitioner's anthem, because I can assure you the minefield is live for you. From the time of appointment, they are challenging you. The time when you want to take over, they are challenging you. When you take over, they are challenging you. There are no records. There are fictitious stories of they left money in the safe. And you have to prove yourself to police that actually there was no money. There was no safe. There are no CCTVs to give an accountability of who took what and who kept what. So you enter into a place and there is no record. And your job is to make this thing work by force. Mr. Kavito, I think, can testify. We are high. Yes, that one. Then there is the other big monster, witchcraft. Nobody tells you about these things. Mr. Kavito had to take over a school and he was told the headmaster and the deputy and the entire family, they are the small thing in their home where they make things happen on you. So the teachers were running away from school saying, if you've taken over, me, I'm leaving because I know what happens. Mr. Kavito said, even me, I have my own. So creativity now, boundaries of creativity. Mr. Kavito went to school that morning, called the teachers. Can I say more? Called them to a meeting outside the staff room and said, you guys, I have heard there's witchcraft in this place, but I want to assure you, you're all protected. I also came with mine. And the teachers were like, you have a stronger one. Schools in Buganda and Hoima are very unique. And the man pulled out his eggs and threw them on the administration block. And guys were like, I think now the curse has been taken away. Guys went back to class to teach history and economics. So creativity is also required. At times you need to move faster than your creditors. Sorry, your debtors. Otherwise they are ready to kill you on day one. Avoid eating food on day one. You go there, staff room, and they are serving chicken. You're excited. This company has already exhibited key insolvency indicators, isn't it? Kids are having one meal, and for you having chicken in the staff room, there is a problem. You might be the one being taken out that day as chicken. Okay, so I'll demonstrate by way of scenarios on the ethical dilemma. To pay or not to pay, that's a big decision that you'll always have to take at the end of your process of liquidation. Scenario one, you are appointed administrator of Rubala Limited. And in the course of administration, you are able to crack novel business partnerships with business partners, and the company is able to collect relatively enough funds to settle the unsecured debts. The ethical dilemma to pay or not to pay. So your appointment was based on a deed of administration executed by some of the creditors and the directors of the company. And they have agreed that you would consider them before paying any other creditor. The instruction has come, right? The issue now is the deed says that you will pay them before you pay any other creditor. Before you look at URA, before you look at NSSF, you pay us first. What do you do? Do you rescind the appointment and say, illegal? After collecting funds and you are ready to pay off some service providers that have stood with you during the administration, such as food suppliers, that's orphans of hope. These are guys who are supplying you food. The Plumbing and Carpentry Company Limited, run by Orphans of Hope, an NGO. You also establish that the creditors have not disclosed a huge unpaid debt. Number 1, 2, URA. There's a payee bill, there's VAT, there's income tax. There's also NSSF that they have not paid for the last 11 years. It's a debt facing you and glaring. Weme Limited is partly owned by government. They're also saying we want our money. These people who have supplied you food, the orphans, they have been very faithful in supplying you food. So I'm telling you, bear in mind that Orphans of Hope is an NGO that supplies food as a means of raising funds for school fees for orphans. You have an ethical dilemma there, right? You have people who stood with you. Plumbing and Company Limited was incorporated to support the NGO in fundraising. So in other words, all funds from this NGO go towards helping orphans. But remember, you also have the ethical dilemma of the water flow clause or the water flow provision that provides for how you rank your creditors. Whom do you pay first? Why don't I first pay these orphans? Because really they've stood with me. If I don't pay, they won't go to school, right? It is just noble. It is Christian, right? Do we agree? Or it's not Christian? Technology also can be a challenge at times. Okay, anyway. Let's go to voting. Next year is voting, right? Those in favor of paying the orphans first, can you put up your hands? It is noble to pay orphans. It is a good cause. It is Christian. Yes, thank you very much. Table number 2 has considered that at least it is better to pay at least some orphans. Those in favor of paying government creditors first, where are you? Government creditors. Do you work for government? Do you have roads in your village? Do you have medicine in your health center? Where are you paying government? The Gen Zs are fighting in next door and you're there paying government. Who are you? You're supposed to be fighting a cause. Pay the orphans. Okay. That is a dilemma in my view. Whether I go with my conscience or I comply with the law. As night follows day, I can assure you, your conscience will tell you, but these service providers who have been with you, surely the food money, let me pay these ones first. Be rest assured, URI will come for you. Be rest assured, NSSF will not forgive you. They'll even take you to the official receiver with a huge complaint with authorities attached. How are you a thug? I'll refer you to the authority of SMS application number 116 of 2020. This is by Ruth Sebatindira, Senior Counsel as Administrator of UTL. The issue was whether statutory creditors who double as shareholders can be subordinated to other creditors on the basis of their being shareholders in the company. It was a noble cause in my view to look at if they're statutory creditors who are also shareholders. Shareholders are always subordinated in terms of their debt. Should they be paid? What do you think? What would your decision be if it were you? Ian, tell me. They're fast. So, that is your view. In view of other creditors, other creditors include my orphans. Why shouldn't we all the other unsecured and then come back to these guys who are statutory? They have other places to collect from, isn't it? Can they go and collect elsewhere? But my orphanage has nowhere else to collect. The law is the law. Then surely you will not be judged in my government. Because my government will want to be flexible. Yes, Council.
Yes, at this point where we are not dealing with distribution at this level. We are saying Kenneth has been appointed the administrator, and in the process of administration of this company has incurred these costs and is paying. Otherwise, if you don't, then the endeavor is dead from the very start. Before we even worry about what we will distribute to government and anyone. The moment you don't pay these service providers, your administration will fail. And if it fails, everyone loses. So it's natural that you are enabled to go through the process of administration by paying these people on an ongoing basis. Then
okay, thank you for the contribution. I see you hold the same sentiments like me. You'll definitely join my government when I become president, if I ever. But I have no ambition, so you may stay here with me practicing law. Okay. And I'll straight away run to, I hope I'm not going backwards. Okay. So I'll go back to the decision of Justice Sekana in Ruth Sebatinda, Senior Counsel and Administrator of UTL. In my view, she must have had the same argument as you, saying that these guys should be subordinated. It made sense, in my view, to subordinate them. But unfortunately, his lordship did not think so. He said the law is the law. The canons of the law cannot be lowered down just because there is a moral or ethical theory to propound or a school of thought. So, whereas in other jurisdictions, subordination is recognized and is persuasive, the laws of Uganda do not provide for subordination of debts under the Insolvency Act. The entities are separate bodies and independent in their nature and provide services in their rights as entities. You'd be in the hands of Mr. Mutiwa as well. He holds the same view like His Lordship Justice Sekana. And I think that is where we all need to run to. This is an ethical dilemma in my view. You'll always have it, I can assure you. I have had it not once, not twice. When you have to think about the lady, there are those who used to take some alcohol, they say, Ogenda mama beredene. Those of us who are in Makerere. So they would ask you, Ogenda brown over mama beredene. So you want to pay that one first. Unfortunately, you can't. Because the law says no. You dare do that, you'll be asked to refund. Your license will be at stake. But if you have a very good argument like his, put it to test. Put it to test. The ethical dilemma always has another window. which is a comfort zone in my view. It's a place where you can always sleep comfortably and say, I did my best as an insolvency practitioner. I tried to save this thing, but I failed. But I did my best. We are no longer pathologists. I can assure you on that one. I think Mr. Kavito attests to that. We're no longer pathologists, are we? No. Now we're in resuscitation. It's only extreme cases of where there's COVID, there's organ failure, there's everything that you say, this might become litigious for no good reason. So let's move forward. The Baganda says Kamasu. You say, now let's do post-mortem. But ordinarily you'd want to save any entity that can be saved. Okay. Scenario 2. You've been appointed liquidator of Samex Uganda Limited, a company that imports and markets solar cars. At the first meeting of creditors, only 11 creditors filed their claims on the day of the first meeting of creditors. After 8 months from the date of proof of claims, a group of 32 creditors have heard that you have secured a buyer of the assets and the goodwill in the company's intellectual property rights at 180 billion to settle a debt burden of 340 billion. All preferential creditors have been paid, and the remainder of the funds is 68 billion to settle the rest of the unsecured creditors who are collectively owed 33 billion. What do you think is happening there? What's in your mind? We are back in the exam. And those who are voting. You have voting rights, you're all of age. Those for paying only 11 diligent creditors that filed in time. Delay defeats equity. Equity avails the vigilant. Who are those who are voting in favor of the 11 being paid? Going once, table 1. Going twice, table 2. Going thrice, table 3 and 4. Anybody voting for the 11 being paid? Nobody? Okay. Anybody on the other table? Anonymous. Voting? No. Okay, fine. So we proceed. Those in support of the 33 creditors be added. Those in support? Okay. So we have table 2. Then, anybody in Bermuda Triangle? I don't know what to say. I may disappear. Are you there? Can I have hands up? Bermuda Triangle. Okay, those who don't know. Anonymous. Okay. Scenario 3, since there's nobody who's giving me an answer. Do we go back scenario 2? Okay. Scenario 2. Nobody voting. Let's go to scenario 3. Then we'll wrap up. You are the liquidator of Sanford and Sons, a 1956 British company. The company has only one asset, a 2-acre piece of land located on the 7th Street industrial area with very old structures, about to be condemned by KCCA as not fit for housing a coffee and seed storage. You advertised twice, but the only buyer that you have got is the tenant, an exporter of coffee offering 2.6 million. The market value, that's the MV, is $6.4 million, and the for sale value is $3.15 million. Question: how many are for sale? We are selling at $2.6 million. The for sale value is $3.15 million. The market value is $6.4 million. How many say we go? We sell. Insolvency is only insolvency, and you only make money as an insolvency practitioner if you reduce or cut costs. Sell quickly, mitigate the loss, and move on with life. Pathologist. This thing won't work. Structures are dilapidated. They are metallic. They are mabati of 1956. Gauge 40. Now we've answered to the whims of rust. We sell? A. Are we walking through the valley of the shadow of death? Enemy, I'll fear no evil. How many are for we wait for a better offer? You've advertised twice. Somebody why you are alone. Anybody else waiting for a better offer? Remember, we have to re-advertise. The third time. Full page, color. 6.3 million shillings. Are you being an insolvency practitioner who has the mind of cost cutting? Remember, there's also a suit by the creditor, by the debtors and creditors. You made us incur more costs as the internet was going down. Those are the debtors or the data, right? The creditor is saying we lost 6.6 million shillings on the third advert. Do you still? Yes, sir. You've changed?
Mortgage it and have. I'm looking at another approach of business rescue, not necessarily going ahead to sell and end the business. Aren't there avenues of if you evaluate the value of the property and perhaps seek for a mortgage to rehabilitate that facility, and perhaps the extra can go into the operation so that it is able to finance the loan over time? Or insolvency is all about selling, and can't we have another approach of making that business survive?
I hear you.
For at least another duration. Mugisha Shafiq, Stratton Advocates.
Shafiq,
yes,
I'll
please.
answer you straight. Can I have my slide? You are the liquidator of Sanford and Sons, a 1956 British company. We are going to use what we call distinguishing facts, isn't it? Otherwise, we may land in a very big problem. But I hear what you're saying, and it is, yes, it's very viable. Depending on what you're liquidating, or whether you're the administrator or supervisor, it depends on the scenario. If the scenario is it's a trading company engaged in export of coffee, it also owns its premise at the 2 acres on 7th Street industrial area. Its only issue has been cash flow. Otherwise, it has a record of exporting and breaking even. But the war in Ukraine and Russia has caused a slump on the export of coffee to Ukraine and Russia. The ones that are telling us, those who are already isolated and red flagged us, don't deal with them. It is a short-term issue that has caused its insolvency or inability to raise cash flow or to be able to continue trading. The alternative markets, Saudi is willing to buy coffee, correct? Egypt is willing to take on coffee. Then there is a viability. Italy is saying, please bring the Ugandan Arabic coffee and the Robusta. They are the best beans in the world. Then the stopgap will be the company is under insolvency, but the alternatives, it's a working capital issue, right? So you can call in capital. Number one, from other shareholders who can come on board. There are rescuers as well. Third-party funding, that's something that is unique now in our market. Third-party funding is also available. Somebody comes in to fund, this thing kicks off, I get my money out, you guys take back your company, since you know the markets better than me. So I come in as a lender, some a funder. That is viable. Compared to our facts, I'm aiming at something, ethical dilemma. You get it? On the restructures, you're spot on. That can happen, without a doubt. The Act provides for that. And that's why I say that I do resuscitation. There the plan works. So you go to court for a different remedy, isn't it? You go to court for a rescue. That you're allowed to present your plan on how you intend to survive the winds of insolvency. But here, you're liquidating Sanford and Sons. It's a 1956 British company. The company has only one asset. It is not trading. You get it? Your instructions are from Britain, the village of Oxford. Some old men have said we used to have something there in 1962 that we were running seriously. But because of what happened with Idi Amin, we stopped. But now we need our money. We are now retired. Sell that thing, liquidate that company, Sanford and Sons, and we move on with life. Second generation, right? The proprietor has died. The children are saying we have no business in Africa, so sell this thing. But there is an issue. They are not complaining about what is happening in Uganda, but when you did the valuation, those are figures you got. That's why I asked, do we proceed? How many are for sale? I mean, Teddy Avanja, isn't it? These guys are in the UK. Why don't I sell? Isn't it? So distinguishing facts. I think that one we learned at LDC, right? Distinguishing authorities. This one falls with this one. This one is distinguishable. These are our facts. Teddy Avanja. Can we now change our votes? How many are for we sell? The other guys are retired in the UK. We sell. Brilliant. We sell. 3. I've added more facts. Also, you will sell. Be bold. Put up and say, sell. Congratulations. How many are for we wait for a better offer? So that the markup for the insolvency practitioner is bigger. We wait for a better offer. I'll refer you back to the facts. You've advertised twice. Nobody is giving you money. People are aware this is an insolvent entity. They've never seen even the white man. They know we can take this for even $1 million because you will get tired. The next offers will be even lower, $1.8 million as the best. What do you do? Because some of us who represent Asians will tell you, Mr. Mutiwa knows. They ask you, how many times have these people advertised? 2 times. Give lower offer. So in other words, he knows there's nobody who's going to buy this thing. You get it? And you're there giving a lower what? Offer. And you think that you'll take this thing. Then you're in trouble. How many are for, I don't know? You might be like me, I also don't know. The ethical dilemma of an insolvency practitioner. Nobody is likely to sue you, honestly speaking. The guys are in the UK. There is no possibility. We sell. You've joined the camp of we sell. I'll immediately go to the answers now. Have I gone ahead? I've gone behind. Technology. I'm not a Gen Z, so now you all know. I've blown my cover. There is an old saying that better to err on the side of caution than taking a risk and making a mistake. You do not see where the bombs are going to come from, where the landmine will come from. Second generation, third generation guy will say, but let's go to Africa and see the thing that our grandfather used to own, isn't it? Remember, cause of action lasts for how many? But now there's an aspect of fraud on the part of the liquidator, illegality on the part of the liquidator, which means it is alive and kicking for life. You're busy cheating in the Bahamas, they tell you, man, you've been served a notice of intention to sue. At on what? You get it? The thing has come back to bite you. Those are the landmines of an insolvency practitioner. The dilemma, the ethical dilemma. Do I do this thing? Nobody will sue me. The Act does not provide any protection to practitioners. Hence, we are left in the cold. Many have embraced the practice of seeking court's guidance or cover when taking tough decisions during liquidation or administration or as a supervisor. Section 117 deals with court supervision of liquidation or of a liquidator. Section 136 deals with court supervision of the supervisor, and 117 deals with administration. This is the safe net that you can only run to. Otherwise, you run a risk of taking a decision where you've had, and you'll be held accountable, unfortunately. Section 117 provides on the application of the liquidator. So in other words, your safe net is with the court or with the leave of court any creditor, shareholder, or director of the company under liquidation may apply to court to give direction on any matter arising during the course of liquidation. Remember, for you, the liquidator or the administrator, you are seeking guidance from court on a matter arising in the course of liquidation. Your question to court in question number 3 and 2 is, should I sell below the first the first sale value? And you want court to guide you. Your affidavit should be very emphatic on the fact that you've advertised twice and you've got no bid higher than face V of $3.15 million. That any further advertising will be visiting uncalled for costs on the liquidating entity. In other words, it has demonstrated all, you guys call them KPIs, isn't it? Key performance indicators, right? For me, I call them key insolvency indicators. Number 1, it has no any other business in this country. Number 2, it has no cash flow known apart from rent, of which the tenant is willing to buy this thing and is the highest bidder. In other words, nobody knows the value than the tenant because he derives a benefit. Those are your arguments, in my view, in your application to court. And you're telling court you need its guidance. You seek guidance from court on how to proceed. And the court will make a decision. It is your only safe net. Dare risk and walk in the valley of the shadow of death without court. Be sure thy rod and thy staff shall not protect you. You will be held accountable. And I'll refer us to a few decisions thereafter. But bear this in mind, okay? Scenario number 2 was in respect to 11 creditors and 32 creditors. 11 have filed a claim. The 32 have woken up out of the woodworks. What do you say? Company wachitunda, you know? Bafunyo omuguzi. Those are still waking up feelings for our Ugandans and even the Asian community. And I'll give an example. I did an insolvency of 8 pharmacies running from Kampala, Mbarara, Kotido, Arua, Gulu. So on the road 24/7. You advertise, people bring and file their claims. They even tell each other, and they're all Asians. There was no African who was supplying those pharmacies apart from Asians. So they were all supplying each other. They said it was a foregone conclusion. There is no money in that thing because you know the stock. Key insolvency indicators. When I visited the pharmacy, there was no stock. So I'll not put in a claim. It's a waste of my time. Because you're seeing the indicators. I got somebody to buy all the branches on goodwill. You have 4 billion. And people wake up and say, hey, I thought it was only 100 million. Guys, wake up. You've already paid URA. You've paid all the other statutory creditors. Now you have what is left for these other guys who complied with the advert. The Act says you apply discretion, but you know discretion has an issue with it. Huh? I have no cover as an insolvency practitioner on discretion. It could be wrong. You get it? So I'll be sued without a doubt. I've been sued 3 times, just to let you know. But now, this one, you know I'll be sued. This guy's claim is more than even what I own as an individual and my family, even my clan, where I hail from. They are claiming 1.8 billion. Even if I sold the cows, maybe if I donated organs for my kids and me, maybe we'd be richer, but I cannot sell them anywhere. So I'm due for, God forbid, civil prison, isn't it? It's a summary suit. There's no wasting time on it. You have no defense. You go in. Your safe net is, you run to court and say, I have 11 creditors who have complied. I have 32 who have not complied. I want to distribute. Court guide me. Should I include the 32 to make them 43 creditors? Court will throw them out for non-compliance. In that pharmacy, I applied to court. And Justice Gaswaga rebuked me for having filed an application that had an answer in it. In his view, I had the discretion to exercise and pay only the 11 that had complied and throw out the other 32. But who am I to begin saying that I'll throw out the other guys? Who am I? A simple Ken. I'll be in court again, answering to the same Williams, and he would ask me, why didn't you come to court to apply under section 173? You're the liquidator. And then I'll be asking myself, I wish I had known your earlier judgment, but in my view, I thought you would say, I can proceed because of discretion. He will say, no. You need to seek court sanction. So I maneuvered and paid my 32. I don't know when these guys will come, but I am ready for them when they file their suit, in my view. So section 173, on an application of a provisional administrator or administrator, court may give directions on any matter concerning the functions of the provisional administrator or, I think I repeated myself. Okay, so again, I refer you to Youth Sebatindira Senior Counsel, Administrator of UTL, missing application number 116 of 2020. The lawyer who argued it is on my extreme left. So you can seek notes for any further arguments, but if you read the authority, you'll see it was in extenso. All affidavits were reproduced, arguments were reproduced, and a decision was arrived at. The court gave guidance on the application of section 173(1). This is your safety net as insolvency practitioners. The court has wide discretion powers to guide the administrator in his or her functions. The court may not anticipate the challenges met by the administrator, and as such, the administrator must seek guidance. Do you hear the language is must, isn't it? The insolvency officer the insolvency office holder is required to make complex, important, and time critical commercial decisions, and to do so from the front line. In making such decisions, there is an obvious threat, challenge, and possible litigation with regard to such decisions. You now agree with me that even court knows that you are at the forefront of a real world war. Otherwise, you are likely to be in trouble. Okay, I've been informed. You know what that means, eh? That your lunch is ready. I am standing in between your lunch. So I need to proceed. 136 extends the same consultative cover to the supervisor in performing their functions, though it is limited. We go to protective orders. These ones I will not go through, but these are also ethical dilemmas where you have to represent a colleague who is saying, I have issues, I'm going down, but I need protection to first reorganize myself. Bantwala. You know those things of Bantwala? Munyabe bana Bantwala. Those are protective orders under the Insolvency Act. We've had colleagues we've had, I think, only one colleague who has gone through this. The court has set standards on how you can get an interim protective order as somebody who's delinquent or somebody who's able to meet their affairs, but you need some time or leeway to sort out your creditors. You have a plan. Things just went bad because of the Ukraine war. You could not get your rice here in time. So you could have met all your supplies, but you couldn't. Serena is suing you, or Nomo is suing you for not supplying seafood. Those you read, since I have 5 minutes to go. That's our colleague. He went through the application for protective orders, and the court gave a test that an application for an interim order can only be stopped in its tracks if it is demonstrated that it's an abuse of court process, or that it is so hopeless that it cannot possibly succeed, but it must be in the clearest of cases. In other words, when you're filing that application, your grounds must be very clear. The ethical dilemma is telling lies. You get it? We are fond of repeating our affidavits with so many lies. My colleague has seven apartments in Nigeria. The tenants have not yet paid, but they're about to pay because they had paid 3 months. The bank has ceased to compound interest, so he'll be able to save some money on rental income. Those arguments that we make have issues. Justice Ekana says an interim order in C is not an end in itself. And before granting it, the court must satisfy itself it will facilitate the considerations and implementation of the debtor's proposal. You must have a proposal attached to it. URA has stopped collecting rental tax. Who tells you? The judge will see through that one. You're lying. You get it? The tenants have been increased rent. Where is the agreement showing that they've actually increased rent so you have more cash flow? Or my NSSF is due to be paid, but you're 50 years. In others, even have no NSSF number, most likely, isn't it? Because you've been a private practitioner. You get it? Or you're 40 years and you're saying my NSSF is about to be paid. When will it be paid? You're only due at 45, isn't it? So you have 5 years to go, so that will not be granted, unfortunately. So be careful on the grounds that you actually put in your application. So failure by the debtor to disclose other creditors, debtors, and assets says something about the debtor's bona fides. The applicant failed on this crucial test. Are we clear on that one? Ethical dilemma. If I say this thing, the judge will see through it and will say it will not be granted. So you lie. Be sure the respondent will respond. And give all your entire facts katambi katambi. This guy has defaulted on national water. This guy has defaulted on paying ground rent. This guy, they want you bankrupt. So they will disclose these undisclosed debts. Because in your schedule, you're only showing only the banks. But there are also suppliers. BNIT has not been paid for the last 2 years. You've been collecting your rubbish and you've not paid. It is a ground for you to be thrown out on protective orders. So that's an ethical dilemma that we lawyers are trained to actually tell lies, isn't it? Somehow save the guy. Yeah. Mr. Mtibwa. Tomanyi bantu, tomanyi kuwoza. Let me tell you, if you delve into that line of telling lies, you'll die in it. The guy will say, Kairaba even trusted you. And normally they are our friends. Because they have no money, so they're doing pro bono. He will tell the whole world how you were a very fake lawyer. You even failed getting an interim order. Yet others get them like water. The jurisprudence is growing and other areas for litigation. Now I'm showing you the other side of it. So these are viable transactions. Section 15, transactions involving a transfer of property by a company or individual to another person shall be void on application of the creditor, receiver, liquidator, trustee, if it's made, on account of an antecedent debt at a time when the company or individual was unable to pay due debts and within a year preceding the commencement of the liquidation or bankruptcy. Do you hear the ethical dilemma there? That as the insolvency practitioner, take stock of these assets of the entity. Look at the transfers. When were they done? Because they are key insolvency indicators. I think I've also taught you one new thing. KIIs. You used to KPIs, but they are key insolvency indicators. The owners of the business know them better than you. Kintu kitandisa okuyika kan transferring ebyapa by'enajjera mbiteke mbana. You get it? That is a quick one, isn't it? Bino kambije mmanya ga company bite zine motoka kanziteke mmanya ga company yani ya Mr. Kabito kwa mukwano gwange. Buddo United, Mr. Mtivwa, Buddo SS United. So you get a property. No, I'm trying to, but Buddo, it's okay. So those are assets that you need to track down or trace as an insolvency practitioner. The asset register must be availed. If it's not there, trace. Otherwise, creditors will take you on under this provision. Section 15 is live. It's a landmine saying the insolvency practitioner connived with the directors of the entity to deprive us of our share in the proceeds of sale of those properties. That is a live bomb. Nobody looks there. But I can assure you the first thing I look for is I don't want to be associated with the directors. Ethical dilemma. Your client, you stand in the middle of the creditor and the debtor. So you're the red line. Anytime you're likely to cross this side, isn't it? Anyasa Surat, as a lawyer, isn't it? Who's paying? He who pays the piper calls what? The tunes, isn't it? So in my view, there is a deed appointing you as the liquidator, isn't it? Parties have agreed by consent in court, which means you owe the directors a duty because you've consented, isn't it? Creditors also owe them what? A duty. But now when you're going through the asset register, you find these assets. Should you keep quiet? Since they appointed you, they gave you some money. So in my view, it's better to pay back, isn't it? Isn't it? Don't you agree with me? The ethical dilemma. Debtors have paid you. Creditors will pay you. You get it? Debtors have supported your third-party funding. They've consented that you go and borrow from a money lender to pay rent so that you can sell this entity as a going concern. You ought to cut them some slack, right? Isn't it? The ethical dilemma is right there. You get it? They've consented. Make matters worse. Me, I've done one where even I know the debtors. I went to school with their children. Their parents are going under. Children were in Nakasero Primary School and Chuli SS with you. And they're saying, liquidate mkwano gwafe obi we Chuli SS. What do you do? They have also paid some money. They've also consented to third-party funding. So you go and borrow. All parties have agreed. Creditors and the debtors. They've agreed to go and borrow from money lender, pay the rent of the building so that you can get a better offer. As opposed to the landlord is also distressing for rent. Atunyenya. Ichuma bachitwala. Ichikuba sabuni. You get it? There's an ethical dilemma there. Do I keep quiet on these assets? In my view, no. Because at the end of the day, it is me who's going down, isn't it? For them, they are protected as shareholders who run down an entity. The worst that can happen, they will be blacklisted with URSB, isn't it? For me, no license. And 2 licenses, in fact 3. I have the PC for Law Society will be taken away. Second, the insolvency one. Third, the one of UK for arbitration, because I have an issue of moral turpitude. You get it? So I'll be in big time issues. So you're the loser at the end of the day. In my view, toe the straight line. I'm being very, fine, Rita. I've been told time up. But this section 15, in my view, is the advocate's biggest monster, because you're always torn in between. Other provisions, transactions at undervalue. This is a high risk. We go back to our 2 acres in 7th Street, Sanford and Sons Limited. You'll be taken up on undervalue. Voidable charges created, mortgages, debentures, and caveats, etc. Insider dealings. The affected party has a right to apply to court for the transaction to be set aside within 20 working days. Be sure they will actually catch you within 20 days. It is very unfortunate, but they actually sell out. Just to let you know. So thank you very much for listening to me. I hope I have answered the ethical dilemma question. From. Are we still there? Okay. I think I've been shut up. Okay. You've cut off my microphone. Okay, fine. I think I've been cut off on the slides, but I think I have answered the question of the ethical dilemma. I didn't take you through don't steal. That one, you know, in your 10 commandments, isn't it? Even the Quran. Any questions before I leave? Because I know Rita has already fired me that I'm in lunch time. I'm standing in between your sumptuous meal. And I apologize. But I'm also doing pro bono. Okay, so any questions before I leave? I was given an ultimatum of 5 minutes. It's now 15 minutes. Oh, okay, fine. Online?
Online, there's several comments. Thank you so much, Mr. Resida. First comment Alex Resida is making is more emphasis, I believe, should be put on the approach of insolvency not being an end of corporate life is necessary. The US may not be a good example because their jurisprudence and written law on how to use insolvency to avoid situations and still breathe life in a business is very advanced. That's his first comment. Then he obviously asked Kabito which sections of the Witchcraft Act he relied upon. You tell us, Mr. Resida, Kabito has a session in the afternoon. We'll remind him to answer that question. Then Mr. Resida also asked, what is the stand on the small ads that are hard to see and read? Do the regulations prescribe minimum size of an ad for print media? And then what about social media ads? So those adverts you are talking about, 2 or 3 adverts. That's his first question. Then his second question is the UTL administration. You're the one who brought in UTL. The UTL administration got endless extensions from court for the interim administration, what should inform a stop date of such extensions. The law provided for 6 months. Last count was 5 extensions. Should I fire the last one? The last one is from Mr. Alan Luwaga. Thank you so much, Alan. If appointed a liquidator, are you allowed to sell assets without calling a creditors meeting or before a preliminary report? Those are your questions.
I'll start with the last one. In my view, comply. That is Alan, right? Please comply with the rules. Do not take a risk. Call all the meetings. Have a register for all the meetings. Preliminary report has a timeline. It goes in fast after your appointment. You must give an inventory of what you found on ground. You cannot start selling without giving an inventory. Otherwise, the official receiver will withdraw your license because you're not complying with the rules. So do not even risk. If you want to sell before you publish any report, please, Section 173, go and tell court, I have eggs that have an expiry date. They're in a warehouse, they are likely to expire. I have a consignment of a container of tomatoes from South Africa. They are likely to perish before they hit the shelf. The known off-takers are the following: Capital Shoppers, Carrefour, and whoever else. Okay? Seek the indulgence of court. Don't risk to sell those tomatoes because they are perishables. In your mind, you think that they can just go. How you access court, I'll tell you. Create a matter of urgency in court. My brother said, he who knows the judge is a good lawyer. No, go to the registrar, file your application, sit there. They give you a book, first write your cause. You say, I cannot write, there's a problem here, it is very urgent. I'm an insolvency practitioner, I need the help of court. The law allows me to seek your guidance. Registrar might not understand you. Run to the head of the division immediately and say, I have tomatoes in Kazi Foods. They are switching off the fridge. They are going to go bad. I need audience. The head of the division will say, I am busy, look at my schedule. Insist, can you put me before your deputy? Deputy will say, I also have a queue. Say, okay, who else can you give me because I am stuck? Create an urgency, be an advocate. Mr. Kawit, am I lying? Be in the corridor. These dates don't come easy. You must demonstrate urgency. For me, the times I've been there, I have refused to leave. Stay there, they say, but who's this lawyer with a grey beard? Who is he? Then they find out and say, no, I'm not leaving. There's a matter of urgency. If not, tell me that court cannot hear me. Go to the PJ. He might hear you on administrative grounds. Ask him to transfer the file to himself because you need a remedy. There is money at stake. So is the commercial court in existence or the civil division. You get it? Create a matter of urgency. Be hard. That's my view. Be hard. You're a pleader, isn't it? Plead for audience, in my view. Find a way of being hard. Otherwise, it doesn't come easy. If you go in the registry and dismiss, you'll be on your own. And your client will sue you for goods perishing in the fridge that was switched off. A whole consignment of $2 million. The other question, extension of time. That one you can only fault the judge, in my view, if you wish. But I think the judge had the mindset of, we are restructuring the entity, isn't it? Let's give in. Section 33 of the Judicature Act, right? Orders that promote the ends of justice. That discretion is with the judge, not with me, the presenter, or the insolvency practitioner. But court can tell me under section 173, 117, whether actually I can get the aid, isn't it? If court says no, it is good, isn't it? Then that means the insolvency can end. The administration can end because court has said, if it says yes, who am I to say no? When the Bible says yes, who are you to say that you cannot get mercy? So you still get mercy from the courts, in my view. That is my humble reply to Mr. Resida. Please, microphone. Mr. Kawito, kindly use the microphone. Thank you.
I thought on UTL we need to give some context to it. and recognize the unique nature of that asset, I think we'll agree it's a national asset. So there are interests that are much, much, much bigger. We're not going to meet them every day, you know. Secondly, you have about 2,000 pensioners that had to be taken care of. A good number of those have not been paid their pensions since 90 something. And some of them joined this entity in the 70s. So there are families that have not got their pension and so on. So there's a very unique situation we're dealing with this asset. And I want to say that we should not, as we make reference to it, it may not be a very good example. If you're quoting and saying in UTL, they gave several extensions, I think you really will not be getting the point. This had Libyan investments that had to be dealt with a potential Libyan liability there of about $260 million. Now that's your budget. So you understand. I don't think it would be a good example, not necessarily one.
Thank you, Mr. Kavito, for throwing the background. Again, we'll go back to the point of distinct cases, right? So you need to distinguish the facts, make sure that your facts fall on fours with this authority, otherwise you may be thrown out. But in terms of the discretionary powers of court, I think the judge really brought them out on the amenities of Section 173 and how it can come to your aid as an insolvency practitioner. But yes, context has been put. Mr. Resida had a second question. Yes, small adverts. My practice is you borrow from the known legislations on what an advert should look like to avoid being taken on. In all honesty, I go by the Mortgage Act when I'm advertising. That is the known parameter on when you're advertising property. So I don't do small adverts. Even chattels, you list them, at least get it. I know there is no budget, but you could find a way of third-party funding, if you can, so that those fees are knocked off as disbursements at the time of disposal of any asset. It still goes into your roadmap as an insolvency practitioner on how you're going to handle this entity. Yeah, so I don't encourage small adverts. Otherwise, you'll be taken on for limiting certain other viewers who could have seen the advert when you put in Crocs. Okay, any other? Behold, I stand at the gates of lunch.
The challenge you're going to always have is how to manage the limited resources you have. How do you grow? How do you ride through this exercise without incurring unnecessary costs? So I see a possible debate for you on how to advertise in the small Crocs and so on. My suggestion is that if the asset base is not that significant, if the size of the company is not that significant, you're going to have to make that assessment on your own, whether to do that. But if you're going to advertise that that way, what are you going to do? What else are you going to do to, sort of feel like the deficit? Because you need to demonstrate that you have you've advertised effectively, isn't it? And yet, on the one hand, you have this challenge of finances. So you do that sort of thing, maybe then you go to social media. You've got to demonstrate that sort of. The thing about insolvency is that you're not going to deal with a one-size-fits-all situation. There are so many moving parts, and the law, which again in one of the Justice Sekana's decisions, which I liked very much, he recognized that there is need for creativity. There is need to allow you. You're the one at the front line, and you're going to make that assessment on how you're going to proceed. The courts are not there. Yes, they give you the cover, but you make that call, and as long as you're covered, you should be all right. Issue of fees of costs is good. It's a good case, but I would ask the question of what more have you done? Have you advertised on your website? Have you put it on your status? Have you forwarded this in certain groups? That sort of thing, and bring that evidence to show. a reasonable coach should see that you're trying to manage a situation that way. Yeah.
Okay, so the last case was Prudent Pharmacy Limited in liquidation, miscellaneous application number 1143 of 2021, where I also sought for the help of court. I think I didn't give you that one, but in the presentation, I think Rita will share. The others I'll also avail in due course. Okay. Can I be relieved? Because behold, I stand at the gate of the lunch.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kenneth. Big round of applause for Ken. Thank you so much. We appreciate your last minute preparation. You have not disappointed. Just one last follow-up question from Mr. Resida, which I believe Kavito and Kenneth will take on probably first thing in the afternoon, is that, the trouble with the endless extensions is that some creditors were also risking insolvency, the ripple effect. So the law does not seem to, he says discriminate against that. So for extensions in 2 years for creditors should be enough. What remedy was provided for the injustice of non-resolution in a reasonable time? Mr. Resida Kabito will answer that as soon as he gets the microphone in the afternoon. Members, I would like to invite you for lunch, but before we go, there's a small announcement here that you need to register if you haven't. There are barcodes on the tables. Kindly scan them and register so that you are logged in and your presence recognized by the Uganda Law Society. Our lunch is going to be at the terrace, which is right outside here. So we could go for lunch, and if we could go for lunch and be back by 1:45, would be much appreciated for the next presenter. The objective, like I said, is to try and be out of here by 4, so that we can be able to catch a few other things in the afternoon. So thank you so much. They are expecting us at lunchtime. Our online guests we shall endeavor to be here by 1:45 to start the next course of the program. Thank you so much. Oh, okay. I've been advised that lunch is in the restaurant. The ULS team will lead us there, right outside this door. Thank you. Yes, the room is safe. A very good afternoon and welcome back from your lunch, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who are just joining us, this is our second half of the day in our Insolvency and Business Restructuring Symposium, organized by the ULS cluster of Insolvency. The morning part was largely filled with a lot of financial information, bank insolvency, ethics, the economic outlook of Uganda. And this afternoon we are going to delve a little bit into dealing with distressed assets. Our first presenter this afternoon is a renowned speaker on various matters. He's called Mr. Deus Mugabe. Mr. Deus Mugabe is going to be speaking to us about the alternative mechanisms for dealing with distressed assets, in particular looking at mergers, amalgamations, and related options for dealing with distressed businesses. Deus Mugabe is a head of tax at H&G Advocates. He specializes in actually international taxation, along with transfer pricing, M&A transactions, and then corporate finance and insolvency. Mr. Mugabe has authored a book, Mugabe on Insolvency, in 2022. This was the first major textbook since the passing of the 2011 Insolvency Act. He is currently the editor-in-chief. He was the editor-in-chief of the Makerere International Law Journal. He holds an LLM in tax law with a distinction from Queen Mary University of London. He has a Bachelor of Laws from Makerere University, and he's an advocate with a postgraduate diploma in legal practice. He also holds a diploma in taxation and revenue administration from the East Africa School of Taxation, and he has handled a lot of litigation on tax and insolvency-related matters. So, Mr. Mugabe, you're most welcome. Like I said earlier, amongst us we have lawyers and non-lawyers who are all interested in learning insolvency and dealing with distressed assets. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Rita, for the kind introduction. As they said, I'm going to be discussing the alternative business turnaround mechanisms. Yes. Under Ugandan law, where we shall explore the legal framework for business restructuring in Uganda. I am Deus Mugabe, an associate partner at H&G, as they've said, where I head the tax department. As they kindly said, I also have a textbook on this interesting subject, and have some schooling in Yes, so there is a list of the authorities that I looked at. This is not exclusive, but it shows part of what I considered. So much of the business rescue or turnaround methods that we have are facilitated by the Companies Act. It is currently capped 106 in the new red volumes, the laws of Uganda 2023. So any reference to the Companies Act means a reference to the new edition. Similarly, a bulk of them are contained in the Insolvency Act. It is now cap 08 of the laws of Uganda red volume. Anyone familiar with the area of corporate rescue and turnaround must be interested in the textbook of Vanessa Finch and David Millman on corporate insolvency law perspectives and principles. It is currently in its third edition, which was released in 2017. Crispus Nyombi and Alexander Chibandama in 2014 put down an interesting book, which I think in chapter 11 discusses insolvency and aspects of corporate rescue, and they go deeper into the historical development and a comparison between the United Kingdom and Uganda. Then there is a text on insolvency by Mugabe called Mugabe on Insolvency Law, released in 2022. It covers a host of almost everything I'm going to talk about today. And we have good principles of corporate, a 5th edition. It's currently in the 5th edition, which was released in 2019. Corporate rescue is a child of the review committee of insolvency law and practice, a committee headed by Sir Koch, as we shall see, Kenneth Koch. And checked the URSB Insolvency Journal of 2023. I think a big shout out to URSB for having this journal out. It always contains very well thought out discussions. We then have a few cases that I discuss. Most of these you will find littered everywhere in the. But notably, I put here UTL versus Ondoma. This is not the full title, but the full title will be found within the text, which I think itself will be made available to the cluster. So we shall set the scene now to understand what we're talking about and why it's necessary to talk about it. Originally, if you were unable to pay your debts and you were a company, there was a view that you should be liquidated or wound up, in short, taken out of life. We kill you. You can use words such as that. And if you are an individual, we declare you bankrupt. And when you're declared bankrupt, effectively you are, okay, so not dead, but economically you're dead. So you are a living economically dead person if you are declared a bankrupt. That was the initial view. People must pay their debts, and inability to pay debts was not looked at with kindness. But this view changed, courtesy of the gentleman called Kenneth Koch, who in the early 1980s was tasked to study the insolvency regime at the time prevailing in the United Kingdom. And his committee laid down a foundation, a healthy foundation for corporate rescue. And what we have today is a continuous refinement of what they gave us. And he noted that a good and modern system of insolvency law should provide a means for preserving viable commercial enterprises capable of making a useful contribution to the economic life of the country. Okay, so Mr. Kamaji told you that, you see, we have a lot of interest in UTL. And so many of these institutions, yes, they are financially distressed. Yes, they are going down probably because of corporate governance issues, whatever reason it is. But sometimes it might be very important that these financially distressed institutions are not let down. In that sense, when we set out to design our 2011 Insolvency Act, we released it with a number of corporate and individual rescue mechanisms and procedures that we can exploit now and have many companies survive what would otherwise be eventual downfall. Corporate rescue can involve either the continuation of a business or a company through a process of financial restructuring and reorganization. So that's one. One aspect is we can change the the credit facility that is probably going to cause the problems, and maybe reorganize the company in itself, okay? Or we can maintain the going concern by selling it to another enterprise, another company that then runs the businesses. So that selling of the assets of the company as a going concern to another one will form, of course, a part of this discussion. So we have a discussion that is therefore split into two aspects. One is the one that looks at the financial restructuring and reorganization of the company, if we must, and then the other that looks at selling the assets or liabilities, for that matter, of the company to make sure that it survives what would otherwise be a financial death. But why is it important that we rescue the financially distressed companies and individuals? We've had slightly what a core committee found. But another person who led the way towards an agenda that puts corporate rescue at the forefront is a good gentleman called Lord Mackintosh. And he said, when he was introducing the UK Insolvency Law of 2000, that if those companies could be rescued, the probability is that creditors would receive a better dividend on your debt, of course, and then jobs will be saved. And where a business is fundamentally viable, it will continue to make a positive contribution to the society. So that in all times, it is not necessary that we take the companies outside. And then, of course, you get a repetition of that kind of tone by Sir Kenneth Koch when he writes that we sought to provide the means by which an insolvent business could be continued and disposed of as a going concern as best to preserve the jobs of the employees and preserve the nation's assets. Okay? So that is really why it's important that we look at corporate rescue. In my book, which I read many times to make sure I see corrections that must be made, in section 2.6, I narrate a story of someone who's sick. Okay? You have someone who's sick. And they have, of course, so this is an old man who's sick, or woman for that matter. And in his sickness, there are two options. We can take the sick chap to the hospital. Okay? If we are the people, so we are the heirs, we are going to inherit the wealth. Are we together? Is that wealthy man? We're going to inherit if he dies. In any case, if he dies, we will inherit, isn't it? So we choose to take you to the hospital, the best hospital, to recover, so that you recover from what is going to kill you. Alternatively, we could look at the other way and facilitate your quick death, and we get our money. So we, as insolvency practitioners, have this many times to facilitate these companies by sending them to a recovery hospital, or which is on a corporate rescue agenda, as opposed to sending them to the deathbed. That is appointing liquidators and doing what we do best. Unless, of course, we have to do it. We shouldn't be taking companies through a proper liquidation. A quick introduction to the concept, and now we are going to be talking about the substance of it. A company or / individual that is unable to pay its debts as they fall due is enabled by our legal regime to enter into an agreement or agreements or have an understanding with its creditors so that their claims can be satisfied without necessarily actually paying the full amount. So we can enter into an arrangement where we pay less. In that context, we're really talking about debt restructuring, that we have this debt and we want to restructure it, the debt itself, the credit facility itself. And there are various ways of doing this. The agreements take different forms, they take different types, but they at least give us the same end result. So one is what we call a composition. We have compounding, we have a compromise, we have arrangements, which is also related to the next one, schemes of arrangements. We have moratoriums, we have reorganization, we have reconstructions, etc. Notably, these rescue methods may be formal or even informal. Formal to the extent that they are actually contained in and enabled by the law. Sometimes they are informal in the sense that we can actually sit and negotiate a restructuring of a loan, or how to have the payments made through the formal arena. Starting with a composition, we'll run through some of the most important ones, not all of them. A composition is an agreement by which creditors accept in a single sum or by installments an amount that is less than that which is due to them. Importantly, it does not involve a transfer of assets or change in any kind in the structure of the company or the rights of the members. Okay, it does not have that. A composition does not have that. Now, when you have a composition, a debt that is subject to a composition is said to be compounded. So many times when you read in various literatures, you will find that documents will speak about a composition. Sometimes they will use a language that is compounding, but that's what it really means, that a debt that has been a subject of a composition is a compounded debt, and therefore we use them synonymously. There is something that Kenneth talks about, but notably an arrangement cannot amount to a composition if there is no payment to preferential or unsecured creditors. So you cannot set out to have a composition and you leave out section 12, okay? So those people must be catered for, and the authority that gives us that holding is a tax case, IRC versus Adams and Partners. So you can see a taxman was saying we are entitled to be considered in your a moratorium simply means a freeze on the exercise of the creditor's rights. Again, this can be in form of, can be part of the other arrangements that have been agreed by the creditors with the borrower. And therefore, many times, a proper voluntary arrangement will have as an element a moratorium of some sort, okay? Workouts are another way of sorting issues of this nature, and this is really an agreement amongst creditors. It's not an arrangement, it doesn't rise to that arrangement that is contained in the law. So the Insolvency Act and the Companies Act, like I said, and we shall see shortly, have recognized the arrangements. But those arrangements are really a result of an agreement between the creditors and the borrower. But many times you can have an agreement that doesn't reach that threshold, or you don't have to take it through court, etc. But it may also be a basis for insolvency proceedings, such as an administration. The agreement that you started with could also lead you to all this. And along the slides, you will see some references for your interest. As we said, we shall not be talking ex cathedra. Now, the end result of these corporate rescues mechanism is that you're looking largely at this, that the company may be restored to its former state, that it may be reorganized, refinanced, structured, downsized, sold off, or taken over. But when we're talking about rescue, corporate rescue or individual rescue, it is important to quote what Vanessa Finch says. It is in various, it has since been cited in various literature, but rescue must be seen as a major intervention necessary to avert eventual failure of the companies. At least that's a take home. That rescue must be seen as a major intervention that is necessary to avert the eventual failure of companies. We must have a mentality that is designed to save the companies that are financially distressed, and individuals for that matter. We're going to run down quickly the rescue methods that are under the Ugandan law. And we'll start with the compromise and arrangements. These are provided for and facilitated by Section 230 of the Companies Act, Cap 106, Laws of Uganda 2023. They have been a shift. So for those of us who knew this law of head, sections have moved. Not the content, but the sections have moved because they have inserted other sections following the amendment. So what you knew to be section 228 will now be in 230. But that's a little inconvenience that we can agree to suffer. Now, what is a compromise? A compromise is an agreement in settlement of a claim which is in doubt, in dispute, or actually difficult to enforce. So you realize that as a creditor, you're not in a very good position. So you agree to have a compromise. And so you agree to take what you can, isn't it? On the other hand, an arrangement, which is also an agreement that you have between the parties. This is well governed under our laws. So what you get is you come up with a proposal of the scheme, and then you apply to the court to call for a meeting of the creditors. Then after that, you put the proposal to the vote, and then you have the approval of the court. For details, I give you what you might find necessary to read. What is worth noting is that the court is at the center of that arrangement, okay, in terms of calling creditors, calling the creditors meetings, and who credit, because for example, in this particular system, you can choose which creditors